there. I can see the chat box. Okay. Chat mods, can you please go to the live stream now in YouTube? Please test. Kahit mag-good morning lang kayo. Pin or something. There. Oh my God.
Ayan, mag-good morning lang ako, natataranta pa ako. Eto na. Good morning. Nakita niyo na? Nakita niyo na?
Good morning, PP Open University.
Good morning, everybody. It is such an exciting day today, right?
That's true. So many exciting things to learn. We have a lot of things for us today.
Well, let's get into it. But before anything else, allow us to introduce ourselves. My name is Jay Polinar.
My name is Grace Pecayo.
My name is Ruela Maisikitin.
And I am Joseph Hernandez, and we will be your hosts today. Welcome to Very Mindful HR, elevating environmental, social, and governance practices towards sustainable leadership. Today, we will deep dive into ESG, focusing on how HR can impact sustainability, promoting employee mental well being, compliance, and ethical practices. And of course, how ESG can affect the future of human resource.
That's right. And to help us learn more from this webinar, we have invited speakers that are truly experts of their field and share some insights about the topics we have given them. We will also allow our audience to ask questions for our speakers today.
And we have Q&A question in this webinar that will allow us participants to throw in their questions during our speaker's talk. Or you may also drop a comment in our YouTube live to ask your questions. We have live moderators that are tracking and monitoring your questions and comments.
And for today's webinar, we encourage everyone to use the official hashtag very mindful. And if you like to share or post about our webinar today, we encourage everyone to please participate and be part of this learning session. So without further ado, let's kick this off with a prayer and a national anthem. Thank you.
Let us bow our heads and place ourselves in the presence of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Heavenly Father, we come before you today with grateful hearts as we gather in this virtual space for our webinar. Thank you for the gift of technology that allows us to connect despite the distance. We ask for your presence to be with each and every one of us. May you open our minds and our hearts to receive new insights, wisdoms, and knowledge from this session. Bless our speakers, moderators, and participants with clarity of thought and effective communication. Grant us the ability to apply what we learn to improve our work, our communities, and our lives. Let this seminar be a time of growth, inspiration, and collaboration. May your guidance lead us to understanding and action. We entrust this time to you, and may everything we do bring glory to your name. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, telas ng sinakanan, alam ng puso, sa dikit mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisitil, sa nagatak tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong bangaw, ay hinagang tulad, awit sa paglayang minamahal, ang isang ng matawag mo'y tagumpay na naghihindig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pang ay di magdidinig. Luman ang araw ng walhagit pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang inigaya ng partay mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
And we're back. Very demure, very cutesy, very mindful. These are the very trendy catchphrases nowadays, right?
I agree, but I think the question today is what exactly does very mindful HR mean? What do you think, Neon?
You know what? That's a very good question. I've been thinking about that. And for me, at least for myself, when I think about hashtag very mindful HR, I think of someone who doesn't just think about, who isn't aware about just the policies, but also about being aware about the people, the community, and the surroundings, right? I mean, that at least that's for me, right? Who knows? That's something we will learn today, right? How about you,
Right.
Ella?
For me, very mindful HR is practicing improving employees' well-being and productivity, where we create a diverse workplace. So we need to practice this on our own and at the same time with our workplace. But today we have
Very
asked
well
our
said.
classmates, yeah. But today we have already asked our classmates, I guess, in Open University to tell us what does hashtag very mindful HR mean to them. So let's watch this.
Simulan natin sa isang mahalagang tanong. Ano ang koneksyon ng student leadership sa ating kurso sa human resource? As future HR professionals, you are not just learners, but also potential leaders. Ngunit, paano ninyo nakikita ang epekto ng student leadership sa inyong pag-aaral at sa mga principles ng HR? Welcome to our webinar titled Very Mindful HR, Elevating Environmental, Social, and Governance Practices Towards Sustainable Leadership. I am thrilled to have you here today as we embark on a meaningful discussion about the role of mindfulness in human resource management. Ngayon, isaalang-alang natin ang mga hamon na dala ng online learning. How has this shift impacted the way we lead? Ang online platforms ay nagbigay sa atin ng bagong pamamaraan ng pakikipag-ugnayan. Ngunit, ano ang mga bagong kakayahan ang kinakailangan para maging epektibong leader sa ganitong setup? Kasama ng mga bagong hamon, narito ang pagkakataon para sa personal na paglago. At dito papasok ang usapan natin tungkol sa emotional resilience. Paano nga ba ito nakakaapekto sa leadership? Sa mga panahon ng stress at uncertainty, ang mga leader na may mataas na emotional resilience ay mas nakakaya ang mga pagsubok at mas nakapagbibigay ng suporta sa kanilang team. Ngayon na napag-usapan na natin ang kahalagahan ng emotional resilience sa leadership, gusto kong lumipat sa isa pang mahalagang bahagi ng video na ito, ang pananaw ng ating mga estudyante. Let's hear it from our current students about their thoughts on mindfulness in HR.
I would say, if you're mindful HR, you pay close attention to every detail, whether it's emotion or you're making a decision. In everything that you do as an HR, you have to be mindful because you're not just doing it for yourself. You're doing it for the company. You're doing it for an individual who is needing your help. And for me, it's very important.
When I think about HR's role in boosting ESG practices for sustainable leadership, I see HR as a driving force behind the meaningful change in a company. So HR can really make a difference by embedding ESG values into the way that the organization works, from hiring to how we develop and support employees. And for example, HR can lead efforts to reduce the company's environmental impact, like encouraging eco-friendly office habits or bringing in people who are passionate about sustainability. On the social side, it's about creating a workplace where diversity, inclusions, and employees' well-being are prioritized so that everyone feels valued. And when it comes in governance, HR helps ensure that the company operates ethically and making sure that decisions are made transparently and fairly. So I think HR is essential for making sure that the company not only succeeded in business, but also leaves a positive impact on the environment and society.
When I hear the term very mindful HR, I think of someone who approaches their work with awareness and purposeful. This person likely prioritizes values, relationships, and ethical decision making. They also practice fair point of view that foster a positive work culture.
The first thing that comes to mind when I hear Very mindful HR is someone highly attentive to policies and procedures. They should have training and development to ensure the employees are updated on their skills and improve their job performance. They are responsible for manage every aspect of the employee's process, including orientation and training of new staff member and manage payroll.
Upon hearing the term very mindful HR, my initial thought is it's an approach to human resources that prioritizes discipline, presence, and awareness in all employee relations processes. This idea probably has to do with creating an atmosphere at work where people's mental health, well-being, and compassion are valued above all.
When I hear very mindful HR, I envision a human resources strategy that prioritizes employee well-being and holistic needs. This approach emphasizes thoughtfulness and intentionality in all HR practices, ensuring that decisions reflect a deep understanding of employee experiences. It actively promotes mental and emotional health, recognizing that a healthy workforce is more productive and engaged, and may include wellness programs, mental health resources, and flexible work arrangements.
From my perspective as an HR student, HR plays a critical role in translating ESG principle into actionable, everyday practices within organization by integrating ESG into recruitment, training, and performance metrics. HR can shape a workforce that is not only skilled but also aligned with sustainable values. And the first thing that comes to my mind when I hear the term very mindful HR immediately brings to my mind that HR approach focus on empathy, awareness, and intentionality in every aspect of the employee experience.
As an HR student, I believe HR plays a vital role in promoting environmental, social, and governance practices by embedding sustainability into talent management strategies. This focus fosters accountability and drives a culture of sustainability. In conclusion, HR acts as a crucial bridge, ensuring that sustainable leadership is not just a policy, but a core value embedded in organizational culture.
Very mindful HR makes me think of human-centered approach to human resources. It focuses on being present, understanding employees' needs, and fostering a support workplace culture. It's about listening, empathy, and creating an environment where everyone feels valued and engage.
Well, mindfulness is a technique that we can learn that involves noticing what's happening in the present moment without judgment. Eliminating judgment in our thoughts and our feelings will help us be more careful and self-aware in responding to certain situations that needs our objective and justified decisions. That is regardless of its difficulty and of its complexity. That will help us also to be kinder to both ourselves, other people, and the situation that we are involved in.
Mindfulness can enhance decision-making in human resources for having a better communication and improves active listening and communication skills to ensure that the needs and concerns of the employee are fully addressed to the HR professionals and to approach problems with a clear and open mind.
Very mindful HR suggests a focus on employee well-being and awareness in HR practices, emphasizing empathy, engagement, and a holistic approach to workforce management.
Very mindful HR emphasizes empathy, active listening, and attention to employees' mental, emotional, and physical well-being. It moves beyond traditional HR to engage and support individuals in a balanced and intentional way. Mindfulness in HR enhances decision-making by fostering self-awareness, reducing biases, and encouraging fair and inclusive choices. It improves focus, minimizing errors, and enhances resolution. Mindfulness also boosts creativity for complex challenges and builds resilience, helping HR leaders stay calm and effective under pressure.
One thing that comes to my mind when I hear the term very mindful HR is the word people. It handles people's stuff. It manages employer-related processes such as recruitment, training, and employer relations. Number two, one way that mindfulness can enhance decision making in HR practices is by doing it or practicing it, it can reduce stress that can lead to clear thinking and better decision making.
So the very first thing that comes to my mind when I hear the term very mindful HR is that it focuses on discussing timely, thoughtful HR topics with proactive solutions which will help the employees and organizations in better understanding and addressing challenges collaboratively. Mindfulness means being aware and having a basic knowledge as an HR professional. These knowledge will serve as your guide in decision making, from understanding an issue to reviewing the company policies and laws and analyzing the gathered data up to evaluation to get an outcome.
The first thing that comes to my mind when I hear the term very mindful HR is the representation of human resources strategy that promotes awareness, well-being, and comprehensive support for employees in the workplace. Second, in what ways can mindfulness enhance decision-making in HR practices? In my opinion, mindfulness improves HR decision-making by enhancing attention, emotional control, empathy, and stress management, promoting open communication, teamwork, and reducing bias.
So the very first thing that comes to my mind when I hear the term very mindful HR is you are willing to go above and beyond your job description, because you know that it's not just a job, but you're doing a job that has a greater purpose, and you're doing it passionately, and you're open to any type of or any kind of possibilities.
Ano pang inaantay natin mga kapadayon? Ating alamin at unawain ang mundo ng human resource. Tara na!
What a great video introduction to start our very meaningful discussions today.
Right, exactly. I agree 100%. But before anything else, I know that's a mouthful of video, our students sharing their thoughts about hashtag very mindful HR, right? We would, of course, like to call on a very special person for an opening remarks. He is a professor 6 at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines with extensive leadership experience as the former director of the Office of Student Services and chairperson for various psychology programs. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Industrial and Organizational Psychology, a Master's in Industrial Psychology, a doctorate in Business Administration, and a PhD in Educational Psychology, where he received a research distinction. He is an accomplished educator, teaching psychology and business administration across universities, and serves as a peer reviewer, editor, and published researcher.
And not just that, he is also a national lecturer for the Psychometrian Board exam, a regional quality assurance assessor for CHED, and a national accreditor for state colleges and universities. He is also a certified ISO 30414-2018 assessor, Six Sigma Yellow Belt, and a consultant in HR and organizational development, committed to community service. He provides psychological first aid, career coaching, and supports lifelong learning initiatives. Please welcome our very own professor, Dr. John Mark Distor.
Good morning. To our hosts, my students, a very good morning to everyone. It is with great pleasure and honor that I welcome all of you this significant webinar entitled Very Mindful HR, Elevating Environmental, Social, and Governance practices toward sustainable leadership. This event is a testament to the Polytechnic University of the Philippines' commitment to academic excellence and social responsibility. It is a platform that brings together brilliant minds, industry experts, and passionate individuals to delve into the critical role of human resource management in driving sustainable business practices. I would like to extend my heartfelt great gratitude to our esteemed guests, our four speakers for today's webinar, to our university president, Dr. Manuel M. Muhi, and to Dr. Emmanuel C. de Guzman, our vice president for academic affairs, for their unwavering support and guidance. Their visionary leadership has inspired us to continuously innovate and adapt to the changing landscape of higher education. I would also like to acknowledge the invaluable contributions of our executive director of the Open University System, headed by our Dr. Engineer Guillermo Bernabe, director of the IODE, Dr. Rudolph Anthony Lacerna. Their expertise and dedication have been instrumental in shaping the success of this program. Our sincere thanks also go to Dr. Ronaline Joy M. Canceran, our BSBA HRDM program chair, and the entire administrative employees of the Open University System. Their passion and commitment to empowering students are truly commendable. Also, I would like to recognize the exceptional efforts of the BSBA Human Resource Management 4-1, 4-2, 4-3, and 4-4 students who have taken the initiative to organize this webinar. Their dedication, creativity, and hard work have made this event possible. Today, we are privileged to have with us a distinguished panel of experts who will share their insights on the critical topics of green HRM, employee well-being, ethical leadership, and the future of work. This discussion will shed light on the crucial role of HR in building sustainable organizations that prioritize people, planet, and profit. As we navigate the complexities of the 21st century, it is imperative that HR professionals embrace the principles of environmental, social, and governance. By integrating ESG into our daily operations, we can create a more sustainable, equitable, and resilient future. Green HRM, for instance, allows us to harness the power of human capital to mitigate environmental impact and promote sustainable practices by adopting eco-friendly policies, reducing carbon footprints, and fostering a culture of sustainability. HR can play a pivotal role in driving positive change. Moreover, the well-being of our employees is paramount. ESG practices can help prevent burnout and promote work-life balance by creating supportive environments, offering flexible work arrangements, and prioritizing employee mental health. By investing in our employees, we can enhance productivity, innovation, and overall organizational performance. On the other hand, ethical leadership is another cornerstone of sustainable organizations. By upholding ethical principles, fostering transparency, ensuring fair labor practices, HR can build trust, maintain a positive reputation, and attract and retain top talent. As we look to the future of work, it is clear that HR must adapt to the evolving technological landscape by embracing digital transformation, Leveraging AI and automation and upskilling our workforce, we can prepare for the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. To end this opening remarks, this webinar offers a unique opportunity to explore the latest trends and best practices in HR. I encourage all participants to actively engage in these discussions, ask thought provoking questions, and network with fellow HR professionals. Let us together embrace the principles of ESG and work towards a more sustainable and equitable future. Thank you, and I wish you all a fruitful and insightful webinar. Again, a pleasant morning to all.
Thank you, Doc JMP, for that lovely and meaningful opening. Now, let's start with our first guest speaker today. Our first topic is about green HRM, exploring green human resource management and its impact on sustainability.
All right, thank you, Ella. And before I call our first guest speaker, I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of course, all the students of HRM. We have so far 137 viewers in YouTube Live right now. So thank you so much for being here with us today. So without any further ado, I would like to present our first guest speaker. He is the president of Regenerative Transformation Institute, or RTI. RTI is a management consulting firm engaged in enabling people and organizations to grow and transform regeneratively through capability and culture building. Also an executive advisor to the CEO and transformation team of Canatrek, Australia's market leader in plant-based medicine. A director of NeoX, an international consulting firm based in Australia and Dubai. Former organization development consulting head and current independent consultant for Nomura Research Institute. And NRI is the 2019 Top 1 Global Think Tank and Top 10 FinTech company in the world.
Not just that, he is also a current vice chair of the board and 2021 president of Philippine Society for Talent Development. Current chair of Leadership Committee of People Management Association of the Philippines. 25 plus years experience in managing OD, HR, and learning and development functions, both locally and abroad. In addition, his expertise includes strategic planning, corporate performance management, and quality management system. The Philippines' leading voice and sought-after speaker on regenerative transformation and sustainability culture. Let's all welcome Mr. June Roy.
Yes, Mr. June Roy.
Good morning. Yeah, I just want to test if you can hear me. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. We can hear you, sir.
All right. All right. So just a word of clarification. So our topic for today is I decided to move from green HRM. We will still cover that though, and give you a more updated version, an emerging trend, which is what we call regenerative HR. Yeah. Okay. And I'm also honored for being invited today, simply because my niece, the daughter of my kuya, was a graduate of HR in your school. All right, so this is what we will cover today. So we will revisit sustainability, from green to sustainability to regenerative, and we will segue towards what is regenerative HR, and how is it different from green HRM or sustainable HR, and then more importantly, what are the best practices in regenerative HR, and what are some of the next steps that even as students we can already do in our own respective capacities. So our approach today is covering the 3H. One, it's our head, which takes care of our awareness. And the other one is the heart, which covers appreciation, and most importantly, action, which is the hand. And in all of this, your theme about being mindful or HR, very mindful HR, is very appropriate. I remember at times in 2021 when I started on the path of sustainability, there are very few of us, and in fact, there are still very few of us who can actually speak on this topic, and it's not good. Even if I can count in my hands, probably less than 10 who can do justice with expertise, who has really deep dive into the topic of sustainability among the HR practitioners. And I'm glad that you are covering this because what I see is that more and more practitioners, even students, can start and spark the conversations around sustainability, green or regenerative. And as we speak, we are also going to publish the very first book and study on sustainability culture. And this is under the auspices of Ateneo and Organization Development Philippine Network, or ODPN, with myself, SEC, and few other experts. So we are writing a book, and we're going to publish that in uh, next year. Now, so that's the positive side. The sad part is that when we did our study, what we found out is that many of the companies, even the conglomerates, the big ones, no, the publicly listed who are mandated to do the reporting year in, year out, very few of them can say that they have sustainability culture program that is formalized. In fact, none of them except probably one or two. And that's the sad part. The positive part that I can see now is as more and more students and practitioners go into this, then there will be an estimated increase of sustainability culture programs in the next few years, and we need that. No? And the reason for that is that sustainability is more the space of the sustainability experts, and HR, for whatever reason, played a passive, supportive role on sustainability. So if you ask some of your friends probably who are in HR, and if you ask them if they can conduct the same training with expertise, very few can actually do it. And if you ask them if there is a sustainability 101 course out of the thousands of companies, very, very few has that. And if you ask whether there is a sustainability leadership training program, none that I know so far, except probably 3 companies in the Philippines. And so fast forward to probably 3 years from now, as you graduate and as you enter HR, what I can see is that more and more practitioners will play an active role in capacitating and developing the awareness and the mindfulness, not only of HR, but of people. So that's the context of why I'm excited to cover this part. Okay. So we will take a review first of what is sustainability. And we have a simple activity here. So bring out your phone or go to slido.com 1215168 and just simply type what is that one word that you think represents what sustainability is. There's no right or wrong answer what comes to your mind. Just don't use Google or Chat GPT. Just what you think. All right, so please let me know if you're able to enter. Yeah, so one participant is already typing. Yeah. Okay, I would accept 2 words. No problem. Yeah, so green practices, what else? Yeah, so more. So we have more than 100 participants here. So I'm expecting 100 respondents at least. This is my second time, by the way, to deliver a talk on sustainability and regenerative to your school. The first one is from the graduate students taking up their master's degree. Yeah, long-term balance, stability, maintained over time, maintained, yeah. Oh, regeneration, maintain. Yeah, parang sustain, maintain eh, no? Okay. Sige lang. So continuous, maintain, progress. All of these are in one way or the other connected to what we mean by sustainability. All right. Yeah. So that's great. Sige lang. So tuloy nyo lang, no? While I move to the other topic. Now, let's try to clarify several misconceptions about sustainability. One, yes, it's about nature, but it's more than nature. So Darwin Rivers, who is a good friend of mine, will talk about more on ESG. And at the corporate level, ESG is the version of sustainability. So that already gives you a clue and a clear indication that sustainability it's beyond green or beyond environment. So ESG is environment, social, and governance, right? And yes, it is about stability, positive outcome, long term. It's really about maintain. Reserving is another word for that, but it's beyond our natural resources. So in United Nations, it defines meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And this is very significant. And in fact, it's very tied up to your theme of mindfulness. Because what happens is people lose their sense of mindfulness and compassion and caring. That's why they practice unsustainable acts, whether this is on the environment, social, or uh, governance. That's why yung mga ilog natin, pag titignan nyo, di ba, ilog Pasig and all. So talagang kulang na kulang yung mindfulness. Doon nila tinatapon eh. If you look at the traffic in Metro Manila, that covers both social and at the same time environment and governance. Environment, ito yung mga smoke belching, no? Especially they're using diesel, so they're not mindful of that. So nagko-contribute sila, no? In terms of, or pupunta lang doon sa isang malapit, no? Pwede namang magbike or pwede namang no, gagamit pa ng sasakyan. So that's mindfulness on the environment. Social, it's nakikita nyo ito, no? If there is someone guilty here, it's time to rethink and become mindful. Yung pagsingit, no? Pag nakamotor ka, it doesn't mean na pwede kang sumingit-singit. Okay? So from a social standpoint, that's rude. From a governance standpoint, you're actually violating a law. Hindi lang ipinapatupad lahat, no? Yung law na yon. So when I was driving, I always see this every day. May talagang sisingit. Yung iba motor, yung iba SUV. Ibig sabihin, yayamanin, no? Pero sumisingit pa rin. Alam mo talaga yung ipinagbabawal na technique. So that's mindfulness. So why is that happening? Because they are trying to meet their needs of the present, which is probably punctuality. They have their meetings. They don't want to be late in their appointments, but they compromise the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs. They influence the other people to do the same. Kaya pag dalawang pila, di ba? Dalawa yung lane, tapos traffic, may magkikreate ng isang lane, nagiging tatlo, nagiging apat, nagiging lima, anim, and then bagdagulan na. That's the microcosm of what we see. And that is the practical implications of this theoretical definition. Nakikita nyo yan every day, no? From a social standpoint. Social media is another example of where we meet our own needs, but we compromise the needs of or the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs, no? And it's not only about sustenance or environment, right? From a social standpoint, social media becomes like the toilet of the internet, no? If you look at the YOLO thing, right? Hanggang ngayon, mayroon pa. Regardless of where you are, on which side, makikita mo doon, very toxic, no? Whenever there is an issue, very toxic yung nangyayari. And that's because of the lack of mindfulness of people using the internet in, influencing the future generation or influencing the current generation to create a better social society, right? Or social media for our future generation. So imagine what kind of social media our sons and daughters, your sons and daughters would be inheriting. So kung toxic na yun, baka may pang mas stronger term na mas negative if we don't change, right? So so bear with me. We will have several interactions here. So please join the quiz. Don't worry, mabilis lang ito. Okay. So very quiz pa lang. Okay, so please join. Yep, Neon, Merry Chris. Sana mga 100 tayo, no? So we want this to be engaging discussion. I know there's about 100 joiners from YouTube, but you can still join using our slido.com. Yeah, so I'll give you 1 minute to join. All right. 30 seconds more. Yeah. So we are just simply trying to align first our understanding of what sustainability is. All right. 10 seconds. Yan, dami na. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So those who are not able to join, just play along. No? Isang tanong lang muna. And this is easy part. Right? So let's start the quiz. Okay, what is the triple bottom line or so-called 3Ps? Yan ang tanong. Yung mga hindi naka-join, you can type in the chat box your answer. Yan. So, purpose, planet, people. Walang nakakuha. Ang tamang sagot po ay people, planet, and profit. While purpose seems to be good sounding and we should be purposive, while peace is very important, but peace is a subset of people, right? Kung ESG, ang peace is subset ng social and governance. So people, planet, profit, or planet, people, profit. In other companies, like other, let's say, institutions of the government, they use progress or prosperity. Kaya sa central bank, prosperity inclusion. So that is acceptable. Kasi they're not naman profit-making, no? Kapag government or non-government. So they use either progress or prosperity. Yeah, I love and I prefer prosperity. So people, planet, profit, or prosperity or progress. So now you know, no? So don't worry, right? This is not a graded quiz, but it's just to trigger a conversation around this. No? Okay. So key sustainability concepts, so that's your 3Ps. ESG, right? Tignan natin, DEIB, SDG. Okay. Pag triple P, ano yung triple P? Can you type in the chat box? Ay, hindi. Natapos na natin pala ito. So people, planet, and profit. So it covers a lot of things. So diversity, inclusion, or DEIB, Covered yan sa people, and there can be more. Profit, planet. Yan. So pag HR ang covered natin, actually tatlo, no? But taking an HR point of view. Pag ESG naman, can you type in the chat box without looking at Google? What do you think is ESG? Sa chat box na lang para mas mabilis. Tingnan natin. Pabilisan. Yeah. Can you type in the chat box environment, social, and governance? Yeah. Ayan, nakuha na ni Joseph. Thank you, Joseph. So environment, social, and governance. No. Sometimes they drop the word AL, or they just simply say environment. No. Kasi parang bitin yung environmental, parang may katugtong. No? But you got it right, Joseph. Thank you. Right. So environment, social, and governance. No. Yeah. Can you guess, if you compare this with triple P, there's something that is missing sa ESG. And this is also the criticism of scholars and experts. May kulang eh. Anong P yung kulang? Look at this again. And then tell me, anong P yung kulang? Can you type? Whoever can guess. Ayan, profit. Right. Thank you. Yeah. That's why there is a model that is emerging called EESG. Yan, environment, social, governance. Yan. Although ang starting point, naging mas popular yung ESG. Right. DIB naman, that's diversity, inclusion, and diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging at organization. So, na-associate siya in terms of, how we respect and accept and become open to people with different sexual orientation, religion, race. But it's more than that. On a day-to-day basis, you can actually apply that home, right? So yung nakababatang kapatid mo, pag nagsalita ba, nagsuggest, may opinion, are you open to listen to that? Right? Kung magulang ka, of course kayo, mga estudyante pa, no? So pag makikita mo yung nangyayari sa yulo at nangyari sa yulo, that's an example of a problem in DAIB. Right? Magkaiba yung kanilang generations, magkaiba. So one is trying to impose their, you can say, their culture, their philosophy to the other. Sabi ng mga katulad ko, no, ng mga magulang born in the 70s, dapat pag nanay kahit anong kasalanan, dapat anak sumunod. Parang ganon. On the other side, the millennials and the young generations, hindi licensed na kapag magulang ka, paano kung nagtutorture at ano. So yung respect, hindi yan palaging automatic, no? So that's a conflict in terms of diversity and inclusion. Pag naging manager na kayo or naging HR na kayo later on or kung saan kayo mapunta, one thing na makikita nyo sa corporate on a day-to-day basis is the problem in leadership. So maraming mga leaders na hindi inclusive, they can respect your gender, your religion, you don't feel violated there, pero pag nagbigay ka ng opinion, wala. No? They don't even ask you. Or pag nagbigay ka ng opinion na contrary to that, kinontra mo, makakarinig ka. Right? So that's inclusive leadership. So let's think of inclusivity beyond race, beyond religion, beyond sexual orientation. Our inclusivity expands also in the way we interact, in the way we listen to ideas, in the way we, respect the opinions of others. I'll give you one simple test, but it's very difficult to master, right? Very few can master this. Try to listen, especially face-to-face, no? Listen to a meeting and pay 100% attention to the listener without having to talk to your side mates or to your seatmates, no? I just have a session yesterday with a group of leaders, nangyayari pa yun. I have to remind them, right? And it's often happening. So inclusive is about respect and respecting those who have the microphone or who have the floor to speak, even if you don't agree. Even if what they're saying to you doesn't make sense, but patapusin mo, di ba? Pakinggan mo. Huwag ka munang sumingit. So those are diversity and inclusion on a day-to-day basis. Ang hirap pong gawin yon. Try to do that 100%. Pay attention to the one speaking during face-to-face. Right? Especially with your teachers. Hindi po madali yan. Right? But that's sustainability in action. So 17, pabilisan, what's 17? Hindi po to yung year na or edad na kayo ay nagka-boyfriend or girlfriend. May kinalaman ito sa sustainability. Sige nga, 17, what? Anybody? Yung mga estudyante na tinrain ko ng ganito before, very active eh. So sabi sa akin ng PUP, very active. Yeah. Okay, hula lang, hula. 17 what? Sirit? Walang nagta-type eh. Ayan. 17 SDG. Thank you, Irai, no? Ngayon, ang tanong, Irai, enumerate from or in order, in sequence. And the joke lang yun. No? So SDG is about the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Yan. Ito yung 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Yon. Okay? So no poverty. So ito yung parang version natin of a better world for the next generation. So ang ginagawa ng companies, they try to pinpoint which SDG will they support. And in other companies where I came from, we also provide opportunities to practice, promoting certain SDGs, which may not be the one being supported by the company, but it's close to their heart. So for example, there are people who live in communities, right? We're getting SDG comments in YouTube Live. Oh, very good. Thank you, Joseph, for highlighting that. No? Okay. All right. So can you send the YouTube Live here so I can also access in my phone? Yeah. All right. So ang ginagawa nila, they provide an opportunity for people to practice and to promote certain SDGs on their own. And they provide a platform for storytelling or story sharing. So those, for example, who live in the communities by the sea, so yung life below water, that might be very, very, kumbaga parang important to these people, but not necessarily important to the company because yung kanyang business is maybe banking, no? Yung life below water may not be so much, no? So ang practical application nito sa HR is asking and having a data about your employees, what SDG goal matters to them. Sorry. Yeah. What is the SDG goal that matters to you? Type the number, only the number, no? So kung hindi nyo yung number, I'll put it in our chat box, right? So makikita nyo sa chat box, ayan. And then let me go back. Okay. Okay. So what is that SDG number that matters to you? So just type the number para makita natin yung word cloud, no? What resonates to you. So wag niyong pagsamahin yung number, 13 and then 17. So kung number 1 lang muna. And then after that, if you have another choice, type it again. Tig-isa lang pala, no? So makikita natin. 17 is partnership for goals, very important. Right? I'm looking at, yung number 1, right? Yeah, number 1, it's very important to our country, no? Yan, so makikita natin. So practical insight ito, pag nasa HR na kayo, as I said, it's this is a tool for engagement because if you know what SDG number that matters to your employees, you can create programs and you can align that, no? to what is important to them. Yan. Okay, no? And whether you were able to type in or not, of course, what is important to you now that you have selected something, so don't do it just for the sake of exercise, no? So at the end of this talk, what we hope is that you will have more opportunities to actually practice and promote that number in your own way, no? Kahit pa post-post lang muna, no? Or in your own small little action, you can spark or you can start something small. Doesn't have to be grand right away. So nangingibabaw yung number 1. Right? Okay. We'll skip the quiz, right? So, kung lang natin, ang karamihang ginagawa ng iba or sagot nila, Ambition 2030. So, ang tamang sagot po dito is ambition natin 2040 or 2050. It's 2040. Yan po yung kwan natin. Right? So, I'll skip that part. 2040 po. So, kung may sumagot ng 2030, mali po yun. But don't worry. We are here to learn. Right? So let's move quickly to so that's, what sustainability is all about. And it's good that we're able to clarify and revisit important concepts. So ito yung, kumbaga parang the framework that shows the path or journey from green. Kasi nag-umpisa naman kalikasan muna, no? Wala pa yung magkakaiba, no? Yung women empowerment, it's having its own direction. Tapos si kalikasan or something related to the environment. So those who are, wala akong ka-age yata dito. Siyempre wala, no? Yung asin na grupo, may kanta sila. Wala ka bang napapansin? The title of the song is Kalikasan. No? 1970s pa yon. So matagal na po yung environmental concern. Matagal na rin yung ibang, being inclusive. Hindi lang ginagamit yung word inclusive. Ethical practice, matagal na rin yun. Right? Ang problema, walang nagtatahe. So in 2015, the United Nations, participated by hundreds of nations, no, converged and committed towards the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So doon umusbong yung word na sustainability. Although before, mayroon nang tinatawag na voluntary sustainability standards way back, no? And it's still ongoing. Pero naging mas matunog ang sustainability with the adoption of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Yan. Pero bakit kailangang tumawid sa regenerative? Ano bang regenerative? Regenerative is when you are not anymore maintaining or preserving, or it's not about limiting impact, it's actually doing good. So this is another visualization. Do less harm, that's sustainability. Importante yan. We are not replacing that, but that is not enough. Do more good, right, is the way to go once you start moving beyond doing less harm. So that's sustainability, do less harm, do more good is regenerative. So yung founder ng Triple P, yung nag-coin ng Triple P, yung triple bottom line, si John Elkington, siya na rin ang nagsabi, no? The regenerative business is dawning. The reason, kung titignan mo, we need to regenerate. Not only the planet, but also the people. So HR na HR to, no? Regeneration of people. So that we will experience not only business success, but also economic success. Yan. And we need to regenerate a lot. No? Regenerate means to make it better. Right? Ang pinanggalingan kasi na regeneration is agriculture. Na kapag yung regenerative yung practices mo, after the harvest, the soil becomes of higher quality than before. Right? So better than before. Kaya nag-regenerate. No? Hindi lang na-restore. It even becomes better. Right? So that's regenerative. So regenerate the whole planet, human asset, tech, business, organization, leadership. So pag titignan mo dito, saan ang space na HR? Saan pwedeng pumasok sa HR? Aba, madami. Dami tayong pwedeng pasukan, no? So pag sinabi yung human regeneration, natural, HR na HR yan. Organizational regeneration, that's OD, which is nasa domain ng HR. Leadership, yep, HR na HR yon. Paano yung system, planetary tech, business regeneration? Here's the thing, tao pa rin ang gagawa noon, no? Mga empleyado pa rin at mga leaders. So, training them, creating the culture, right? Building their mindfulness based on our theme is an HR job, right? So that's what we do, right? So napakahalaga ng ginagawa natin. So bakit kailangan mag-move tayo from green to sustainability to regenerative, no? That's because if you look at this, how many greens do you see? Obvious, no? Isa lang. Iisa lang yung green. What does it mean? Our ability to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, malabo. Unless we do something. So we may not be able to achieve all the 17 SDGs, but at least dumami naman yung kulay green. Those that we are not only on track, but we are able to achieve already. And of course, kahit na-achieve mo yan, pwedeng magkaroon ng reversal. No? Pwede magkaroon ng reversal. Green ngayon, naging orange, balik sa red. We don't want that. No? And this is only the law on averages. So law on averages, if you think that there are tens of thousands, no, or hundreds of thousands of businesses, micro to large ones, right? So million pa rin yung hindi sustainable yung kanilang industrial practices. So madami pa rin. So even if it is on green, it is still an average. Malayo pa yung tatakbuhin natin. That's why na-experience natin ng baha. Our forests are being denuded. Even here sa Clark, pag tumingin ka, may mga tinatayuan na, namumuti. No? Ibig sabihin, tinatayuan na ng mga building. Fake news is, ang dami pa rin nabibiktima ng fake news. Cyberbullying, no? So, I hope nobody here, and I would trust nobody here, is a victim, or at least, kung nabiktima ka man, fact check first, no? Before you participate. At kung wala ka rin lang may co-contribute to the internet or social media piece, don't, no? Yeah. If you look at this, no, nangyayari po ito. Look at this, no? See? Tingnan niyo yung sasakyan. SUV yan, yayamanin. Right? Malinaw naman. So, ang daming insidenteng nangyayaring ganyan. Ako, I'm doing an experiment palagi, although nakahanda akong tumalon, ano? So, 50-50, 60-40, marami pa rin yung hindi ako pagbibigyan. Right? So, ang problema, yung mga drivers na yan, empleyado rin. So, implication sa HR, who will train them to become mindful of the rights of the pedestrian? Hindi yan ginagawa sa barangay eh. Hindi rin sa mga municipalities. So, akuin na natin bilang HR to help our employees become mindful of the rights of others and to practice ethical driving, ika nga, no? Kung ikaw naman yung pedestrian, huwag kang tatawid ng naka-red. Kahit sa Ayala, ang gaganda ng mga damit, pero naka-red, tumatawid pa rin. Ang joke ko palagi, alam nyo, yung kamay, kung pwede lang manakit yon or mangurot, dami na niyang napitik or nakurot na mga pasaway, no? Tumatawid kahit naka-red. Okay? Degenerative consumption, right? Kung pa rin yan, problema pa rin yan globally. Single-use plastic, right? Problema pa rin yan. So that's about mindfulness, right? Degenerative consumption, sustainability, it's about waste reduction. Restoration, it's about rehabilitating, reforestation, or participating in those. But regenerative is beyond that, no? Ang regenerative na dito, it's really building a sufficiency mindset. Kaya yung mga nangyayari yan sa mga pagkain, unli, no? Samgyupsal, buffet. So ang daming natatapon na pagkain. Ang daming nasasayang. Even kapag sale, 12-12, tapos na yung 11. 11-11. Wow, 11-11 bukas. So alam nyo na ang pwedeng mangyari sa mga nanay natin, ate, or baka kayo, 11-11, ang daming binibili na hindi naman kailangan. Di ba? Nagiging waste. So being mindful about whether are we contributing to the generation of our planet or no, right? So that's about mindfulness. Okay? So let's now move to regenerative HR, having understood. So pag regenerative HR, the report of the United Nations highlighted the fact na kailangan talaga natin ang capacity building. So sa isang organization, ang capacity building is of course HR. Sa government, nag-uumpisa na yung sustainability education from the Civil Service Institute, which is the HR or training arm or training department, L&D department ng government. I was privileged to be the one who designed the AGAP program, Advancing Green Agenda program. Advancing Green Advocacy program, AGAP, sense of urgency, no? So we already started the pilot run and it will be run to all the government sectors, no? Nung nag-conduct ako ng training, 500 kaagad yung umattend. So that's already ongoing. Right? So yung regenerative HR, it's a new operating model. So ang focus niya po is social value. Ang nagiging role ng HR dito is business driver. So here's a better way of, understanding regenerative HR as an operating model. Wala pong matatapon, wala pong mapapalitan. Na-elevate lang po at nadagdagan ang role natin. So bilang HR, hindi po mawawala yung employee value. Hindi mawawala yung operational service. We will continue to provide services. Natural yan, no? So we will always be a provider pag nasa HR tayo. But may tinatawag na strategic HR, right? Where our value is more on the business value, how we contribute to profitability, customer centricity, right? The reputation, the longevity of the business. So strategic yan, no? Enabler tayo. Hindi yan mawawala. Ang question lang is there something more that we can do? Yes. Ito po yung social value. Ito yung regenerative HR. So this is beyond strategic. Ang focus nito is sustainability, green regeneration. And we become the driver of this. Because this is about capability building, culture change, right? Transformations, which are the domains of HR. So ang delivery mode natin or mechanism, it's not service support, it's not shared service, it's not business partnering, it's not, it's business partnering also, it is center of excellence. But more than that, it's also what we call advocacy. We become advocate, right, of sustainable and regenerative practices. Center of influence because we help people, leaders, on how to apply best practices. So pag tiningnan mo, maraming organizations po ang nasa level 1 pa lang sa ngayon. They're still at the level 1. Right? So bihira pa yung nakakarating ng level 5. On even sustainable HR or green HR, marami pa rin yan either level 1 or level 2. Right? So our role as HR is to help our organizations increase their maturity. From level 1, everybody understands their role in sustainability or green or regenerative, and towards it becoming a norm, part ng culture. It's a way of life in organization. Respect is a way of life. Traffic governance is a way of life kahit lumabas sila sa company, right? Inclusivity is a way of life. Caring for the environment, being mindful is a way of life. Yan ang norming. Mahirap pong ma-attain yan, but it can be done with HR. So one word that describes the role of HR in promoting green, sustainability, or regenerative, you can type in the chat box or you can join Slido. Ano ang role natin? One word. 1 or 2 words. Whether green, sustainability, or regenerative, ano po ang role natin? What do you think? Right? We have a few slides more. Yan. So, walang tama or walang mali, no? There's no single role, so type lang po. Yep, tama yan, mediator. We mediate. Advocate of change. Yep. So we are advocate. Ano pa? Right. Go on. Okay. Enabler. Right. Yeah. Very good. Training, influencing. I love it. It start with ourselves. So ang role natin, it's a model, no? A benchmark, a model, exemplifier, if there's such a word, we exemplify, right? Okay, right? So marami tayong roles na pwedeng gampanan. We lead, no? We become an example. We develop policies on sustainability. Marami pa rin po sa companies sa Pilipinas ang walang sustainability policy. Mas marami po yon. Okay, ang wala. So bilang HR, we can actually drive that, no? So thank you for participating. Tama po yan lahat, no? So another way of looking at that, synthesizing what you mentioned, it's the 4 Rs, no? We can reimagine or help people and the organization reimagine what it is to be regenerative, to be sustainable, to be green. We can help reset the mindsets and the commitments of people. We can help the organization and the people renew. That means by developing capabilities that they don't have, but can help in promoting sustainable practices. And we can redesign a lot of things. Culture, policies, lumabas kanina, systems, and most importantly, experiences or engagement. No? Yan ang pwede nating maging role. And just imagine if we're able to do this as HR, ang laking bagay, no? So reimagine, reset, renew, redesign. Yan ang ating pwedeng maging role. Whether sustainability yan, green, restoration, or regenerative, it's the same set of roles. Focus lang ang naiiba. Right? This is my company's, kumbaga parang framework on helping organizations. We help them imagine. That means developing a vision and strategy. We help the leaders be trained so that they can inspire and influence others to advocate green and regenerative sustainability. And I wouldn't talk too much about integrate. Darwin Rivers will cover this part as he discussed about how do you integrate ESG into HR practices, no? Or in this case, how do you integrate regenerative sustainability across the organization? So in the afternoon, Darwin Rivers, my good friend, who is also someone I look up to, will cover this part. And of course, once you're able to do that, you institutionalize, you scale up, and then you continually innovate, right? So where can you integrate, no? So ito yung mga iba't ibang areas which HR, right, can integrate green, sustainability, ESG, or regenerative. Purpose, people, policy, process, product, even the workplace, no? Can be sustainable, no? Proficiency and performance. These are just examples of specific examples of where you can integrate. So, yung iba wala pa silang kumbaga sustainability awards. Yan. So, kahit hindi pa yan regenerative, sustainability awards. Maraming company wala silang regenerative or sustainability award. Training program, no? Walang sustainability training, walang leadership training on sustainability. Right? Very few HR practitioners can do justice who can say they have deep dive and they have the expertise in conducting this kind of training that we do. And this is just the 101, awareness pa lang ito. Paano kung lumalim, no? So we are excited about the prospect of you when you enter the workforce. You become one of the practitioners, and later on, you can also influence more and more people by integrating these practices within HR. Ang patutuan po niyan, it's culture building. Yan ang bagsakan yan. Right? And teka, hindi pa naman ako nasa HR, estudyante pa lang ako. Yung mga na yan, saan ako pwede mag-umpisa? You can start here. right? You can start to rethink, refuse, repair, refurbish, recycle. Start muna tayo sa environment, no? Kahit dyan lang muna. Ito yung 7R na circular mindset. Circular kasi walang waste, walang natatapon. Pag linear, ginamit mo, may katapusan, nagiging waste. Pag circular, binili mo, ginamit mo, hindi siya nagiging waste because you either recycle, refurbish, repair, reuse. But there are certain things na mahirap i-recycle. That's why you have to rethink and sometimes you have to refuse. That's why ako plantito po, no? Plantito. So, yung mga lahat ng mga pinagtapunang mga kinat na mga vegetables and fruits, kino-convert ko po yan sa fertilizer. Nihahalo ko dun sa aking compost. Right? Hanggat may iwasan, I don't anymore buy single-use plastic. Right? I don't. All the trainings that I do, almost paperless. Almost paperless. Kasi yung iba naman nagpapa-attendance paper. So, hindi pa QR code. But as me, I don't use any more paper. I don't use calling card na business card. I always use the QR code. So it can be done in our own small way. Now, the exercise, which is second to the last, is can you identify can you just think, write in the chat box, no? Pero lagyan nyo ng label. Kung refuse, lagyan nyo ng label. Okay? We have actually this one, but it might, okay. Do we have, I think we can use this, okay? Para meron tayong narrative. So please go to your, kumbaga parang Padlet. I will also share in our chat box, okay, yung link. Yan. It's in your chat box. Yan. Tapos ko lang, type lang. You can do this in 5 minutes. Okay, this is now the application po kasi. So ito na yung hand. Kanina it's more of the head and the heart. Now it's about the hand. Awareness, appreciation. Now let's move towards action, which is the most important one. Okay. So you can use the QR code or you can use the link that I pasted in the website or in the chat box. So let me now go to the Padlet. Let me now end my sharing for this. Right? And then let me now share yung Padlet natin para makita natin. Yan. Okay. Kahit isa lang, no? Malagyan lang natin. Whatever comes to your mind, no? Whether that's rethink, right? So type nyo lang yung plus and then type, no? So I'm showing you, let's say, for refuse single-use plastic. Okay, so this is my, and then publish. Yan. Okay, I'll add more. Printed business card. I refuse to use that. Right? Yan. Okay, Dasper, very good. Yeah. So let's, let's create more and more options here. But make it sure that it's something that we commit to do, no? Yung reduce, sa akin, I can reduce use of vehicles. Okay, kung hindi kailangan. May pa ba akong dapat ni-repair? So we're doing this together, ano? So marami akong ni-repair. What else do I need to repair? Okay. I have an old bike. So I commit to have, di ba, old bike, then donate to the guards para gamitin nila. Sa aming subdivision. Yan. Yan, kinumit ko, napasubo ata. No, I have an old bike kasi. Naging biker tayo eh. So, bawat isa sa amin may bike. So, we have a total of 6 bikes. 7, yung pang 7, sira at hindi na talaga ginagamit. Kasi metal siya eh. Hindi siya alloy. So, ang bigat. So, pang dito-dito lang. So, I can repair this or have it repaired. Eco bag, yeah. Yeah, very, very practical. Yeah. So sa amin, ang ginagawa namin, mayroon kaming eco bag talaga na nasa sasakyan na. Nandun na. So pag nalimutan, nandoon. Diba? Kasi pag nasa bahay, food container siya. Some of the food containers I use as taniman, no? Pots. Okay? So more, please, let's participate, no? Ang daming magagandang ideas na lumilitaw. Yes, what you post is something that you need to rethink. Ito ba ay totoo? Is it a fact? Or baka deep fake yan, no? Kasi AI can now fake your voice and your image, no? Is it the truth? Will it help build positivity in the social media? Or do you contribute to the toxicity, ano? Sa pagiging toxic, right? Very, very good, no? What you post and highly doable. Yeah, water bottles. If you have, you can recycle them actually. Yeah, in the office, using straw, yeah. That's why all the plastic pa rin yung McDonald's, but I like the fact that at least they're able to reduce the straw. Yan. So please continue, right? Use of motor vehicle hanggat maaari, no? Wag namang 20 kilometers sa lalakarin mo. Yung sakto lang, di ba? Proper waste disposal, yeah. Gadgets, because the more you use gadgets, the more you contribute carbon footprint. So hanggat may iwasan, kung pwede, di ba? Okay, hindi naman natin pinagbabawal. So that's really about being mindful. Oh, nice, no? President po ako ng HOA. So we also try to practice zero waste management. Very good, no? Pati ako na-inspire sa mga sagot. Very good. Refurbish is, yeah, furnitures. Yeah, para mas lalong gumanda, magmukhang bago. Yan. Hindi ka kailangang bumili ka agad. Very nice, no? Congratulations and thank you for putting out so many ideas that are workable, practical, highly implementable. Ang question lang para sa ating lahat is, will we do it? Okay? Thumbs up naman kung committed tayo na gawin ito. Right? Can I see the thumbs up? And then doon sa mga YouTube, hindi ko makita lahat, thumbs up then or kung anumang icon that shows commitment in the YouTube channel. All right, so one more slide or 3 more slides to go. Let me just share. Yeah, okay, hold on. Okay, share lang po tayo. Wait. Ito ko muna and then share. There you are. Right. So this is another good practice from Walmart in the US. Di ba may individual development plan na tinatawag sa mga companies. Mayroon ding may sustainability plan. So, ang practical translation nito, given your commitments dun sa 7R lang. Environment lang yan ha. Wala pa yung social, wala pa yung governance. Ano po ang inyong sustainability plan? You don't need to wait to becoming an employee and formalize this. No, you can have your sustainability commitment daily, no? Pwede kong eto, magmula ngayon, hindi na ako pasingit-singit, no? Hindi na ako magda-drive na walang helmet kung ako'y nakamotor. Yung ganoon, no? Sige, kahit magpakamartir ako dito, pero stay put lang. Hindi ako magiging pasaway na singit ng singit, no? So mahirap minsan maging sustainability champion, right? So this is our commitment and I hope everyone can commit to this. Binanggit niyo yung marami dito, to model, to influence, to train people. No? Ang train people, it's having a conversation when you become HR, formal training, and pinaka-importante yung collaboration. Right? How do you collaborate? As a family, how do you collaborate? As friends, how do you collaborate? You can create communities. I'm an advisor, executive advisor to one of the emerging youth leader in the world, si Kiran. She is a Pakistani, 17 years old. She started a movement in Pakistan called Global Impact, which is more into women empowerment. Ang women empowerment sa Pakistan, it's easier said than done. And she has been recognized by UN, right? So may meeting nga kami online this week, no? So I'm inspired by her because at that young age, she is able to start a movement that is now being recognized by the United Nation, no? Kayo pa kaya? You can start in your own way, in small way, something. Okay? Kaya yan ang pinaka-importanting last activity natin. What is your takeaway? But I want your takeaway in the form of a commitment or in terms of what you can do. Ano yung pwede mong gawin sa buong space ng sustainability, not only on the 7R of circular thinking or practices, not only in green, but including sustainability from a social standpoint, inclusivity, governance, no? Ano yung pwede mong gawin? So express your takeaway in the form of a commitment. Not just an academic, okay, lessons learned. So what I learn is this, so therefore what I will do is this. So this is the last part, but this is the most important one. Yep. Oh, very nice, right? And include sustainability goals. Very good, right? So make sustainability part of your strategic pillar. And I'm an executive advisor and a strategy advisor to many companies. And that's really the trend now, to make sustainability part of strategy. And sa United Nations Global Compact, isa rin po yan sa model, no, ng tinatawag na integrated sustainability. You integrate, I love the way you put it, Kay, because it captures everything, no? Do less harm, do more good. So it can become your mantra. It can become your, kumbaga parang, slogan, your guide, no? Do more good. I will more engage towards sustainable practices. And you can start this with your classmates in the social media, with your family, the way you converse with your siblings, with your tita, with your, with your parents. You can be a model, right? It doesn't mean that yes, sir, yes, ma'am palagi, but it only means that you model practice, you model respect. Okay, sorry. Yeah, we need more. So, sige lang po, type lang. Right? This is only very few. 2 minutes to complete all of this. Right? Okay. And last but not the least, can you hit the love, icon as an expression that you are not only, committed to doing this, but you will also inculcate this to other people. You don't only become practitioner, but also become an influencer or advocate. You don't only practice mindfulness, but you help others become mindful of their responsibility to, the environment, to the society, and to the governance. In short, towards creating a better world for all of us in the present and for the next and future generations. So let me end this with this title of the book, which I believe captures the entire essence and message that even as students or even as, professionals, you matter more than you think. We matter more than we think. Each of us can do something that no matter how small, how simple, right, collectively, these can become potent and powerful force in bringing change towards creating a better world for us and for our next generation. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. Junroy. Ayan, but we're not gonna let you go yet, just yet.
Yeah, please.
So, I can see right now in YouTube chat you are being flooded by heart reacts. So yes,
Wow.
I think they are very committed. Yeah. So maybe just 5 questions, Sir Jun, and
Sure, sure.
one from me, one from Ella, and then we'll pick some questions from the chat in YouTube. So I think number one, I so love the presentation. And just so a heads up, yes, marami ka pong ka-age bracket tayo dito kasi like here at Open University, majority of our students here are really those who are already working and have returned to school to finish their studies.
Oh, great,
So
great. Yeah.
yes, so you've just earned a lot of audience and fans now in YouTube Live. So I want to go back there in the
Yeah.
regenerative HR operating model, sir, and just ask about it. Because that's interesting. I've seen a lot
Yeah.
of operating model, but this is something new to me. So I think my question is just
Please.
really about how challenging was it when you implement it in an organization? How challenging was it to like insert and change it to the new regenerative HR model?
It is challenging in many companies. The reason being is you have two groups of people within an organization. Those who are in charge of sustainability, and they're more focused on, sustainability reporting, let's say the compliance aspect of that, and other technical stuff to integrate that into the processes. But they are not the ones who are going to lead culture building, right? And you have a group of people, we from HR or OD, who are, you can say, into culture building, but for whatever reason, we are not mindful probably, or our role is more passive in terms of sustainability. So ang challenge is how to marry the two. Kasi if you only let the sustainability people lead this, walang culture building. As I said, we are publishing a book on this, and very, very few are into sustainability culture. Pag hinayaan mo lang sa HR na walang intervention coming from outside, they wouldn't go into sustainability. Mind you, there are pa, naku, June, pag inadapt ko yan, maganda yan, pero dadagdag sa akin ibibigay eh, wag muna. May ganon, no? Yung iba naman talagang, pag tinanong mo yung SDG, ano yung SDG? Ayan. So, in short, the greatest challenge is that sustainability is not yet seen as integral to the strategy of the company. That's one challenge. Second challenge is nobody is championing sustainability or regenerative as a culture. That's why if you look at regenerative HR right now, I'm the only one in the Philippines who is covering this topic, and that's not good. It's not good. PMAP launched it, People Management Association of the Philippines. I was also their speaker in 2023, their moderator in 2022 annual conference. But nobody is really taking interest, not so into regenerative HR. So I also had a validation with the two HR gurus in the world. So I have a chat conversation with, let's say, William Rothwell, the father of strategic HR, and Dave Ulrich, just to validate, no? Naglakas loob tayong i-chat sila, nag-respond naman. And they say that it's moving into the right direction.
It's very good,
Yeah,
sir.
so yun ang dalawang challenge, no? Hindi integrated si strategy at yung HR, nagiging passive yung kanyang role sa sustainability. In one conglomerate to ha. Ang sabi noong head ng, kasi June, ang alam ng HR namin, kami yung tagabigay ng data or report sa sustainability team. That's our role. At taga-organize ng CSR event. But we want culture to be the driving force. Sabi naman ng isang company, kilala niyo ito pag binanggit ko kasi sikat na June, mayroon kaming sustainability program, pero tatakbo pag may program. Programmatic siya. We want sustainability to be embedded into their character and conscience, na kahit nasaan sila, sustainability conscious or mindful. Yeah, so we provided that kind of training. Yep, so that's the primary challenges.
Thank you, sir. And I'm sure today marami mas magiging advocate for regenerative HR. You just earn a
Yes,
lot of
kayo, nag-heart
advocates. Yes.
Nag-heart.
Well, I'll call Ella. Ella, you have a question for Sir June?
Actually, your question is already good. However, yeah, I think I would just select, nakita ko tong question na to and I am very interested with this one. As companies focus on cost-saving sustainability efforts, are these practices mandatory and are the government regulations supporting them? So, ang ganda ng tanong, sir eh.
Okay. Ang
sinusupport
tanong
ba
kung
tayo?
mandatory ba o hindi, no?
Yes, the practices.
Okay. Okay. So there are a lot of mandatory practices that may not be called green or sustainable, pero they are still part of sustainable. So yes and no. So example, Safe Spaces Act, violence against women, right? Sexual harassment law, the entire OSAS of HR. All of these are mandatory practices. Hindi siya tinawag na sustainability, but it is sustainability. Yan. So, yung laws on soil, laws on certain environment regulations, mandatory yon. Sa banking sector, nagsimula ng maglabas ang Bangko Sentral ng regulations on making sustainability as a culture within the banking industry. Pero suggestive pa lang, hindi pa siya yung tipong regulatory pa talaga, unlike in Singapore, no? So, in short, marami ng regulations that are mandatory, that are within the space of sustainability, whether environment siya, social, and be mindful that lahat po ng batas na nag-a-apply sa isang company at sa atin bilang individual are part of governance, right? Under governance aspect ng sustainability, right? Ang wala lang pong regulatory is yung dapat ba maging way of life or culture. Yun ang wala pa. Yan. So that's just to put into context, no? So it's a yes and it's a no.
Thank you, Sir June. And
Thank
just
you,
one
sir.
final question before we move to the next speaker, really. Just really going back to ONSA, you showed earlier the levels of sustainability, right? Level 1 to 5. Right now, do we have organizations who have already reached like level 5?
Wala pa.
Wala pa. Hanggang
Wala pa.
level 2 pala as you mentioned.
Parating pa lang, sir?
Parating pa lang, wala pa rin sa level 4 eh. Kasi when we conducted our study in Ateneo, we selected a lot of companies and we boiled it down to 15. Pero doon sa 15, wala kang masasabing talagang formalized na may change management program or OD program on sustainability culture. Nag-uumpisa pa lang yung iba doon ng mga companies. Mayroong inclusive culture, yeah, mayroong wellness culture, mayroong safety culture, pero yung buong space ng sustainability, wala pa. Kaya mahirap mong sabihin na, at saka karamihan sa kanila, nasa sustainability pa lang. There's only one group that identifies itself on regenerative, yung Lopez Group. So Lopez Group, like for example, Energy Development Corporation, I delivered a talk 2 times na with them eh. So ang talagang kuwan na nila, it's moving towards regenerative. And they're into culture building. So probably they are in between 2 and 3 into that, no? Pero you can't say na they are at 5. Nobody is at 5.
Thank you,
As a
Mr.
culture, as a culture.
Yeah,
hope
so much,
na-
a lot of work. Yeah, a lot of, I think we still have a lot of work to do there, no? Para ma-reach natin yung
Lot.
ganong level. Yeah,
Yeah.
so Mr.
And
June,
the
I
reason for
know.
that, if I may, it's ang
Yes.
sekreto doon, we can't reach level 5 until and unless HR take an active role and embrace its role in championing sustainability as a culture. Yeah, that's the reason and that's the key.
Right on the spot, sir. Ayan, we will let you go now, Mr. Junroy, but before we do, we're seeing a lot of questions, but we will give you a chance to at least share if you have social media platform, they can reach you out for
Yeah.
kapag may mga concern sila.
Yeah, please. Yep. I'll type here my Viber. Yep. Kuha naman to, no? Yung very mindful HR is, okay, I'll type in the chat box na lang,
Sure,
not in
we'll
the
send
YouTube.
it we'll send it, someone will send it sa YouTube chat na lang for you. Again, Mr. Junroy, thank you so much for your time today. We have learned so much from you. Appreciate it.
Same here. Yeah, it's my
you, sir.
pleasure. Back again in delivering this talk to the alma mater of my niece.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And
Maraming salamat. Can
sir,
we have a
thank you.
picture?
Sure.
Yun ang request ko.
Sure.
Papaano?
Okay, I'll take a
Somebody
photo,
can
sir.
take the picture and then padala na lang sa akin.
All right. And 1, 2, 3. There you go, sir. Safe.
Thank
you
you
so
so
much.
much,
All
sir.
right.
Have a nice
Bye-bye.
Sunday.
Salamat.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Again, thanks to Mr. Jun Roy, our first guest speaker. Now we will turn it over to Grace and Jay to introduce our next guest.
Amazing, good stuff there. So yeah, just to piggyback what Neon and Ella mentioned earlier, I totally agree. It was a very engaging, discussion from Sir June. Very innovative. Thank you so much, sir. And yeah, we will see more of Ella and Neon later. Now, let's skip the ball rolling and call our next speaker to talk about from burnout to balance. Very interesting topic this time, how environmental, social, and governance or ESG practices can help prevent burnout and promote work-life balance.
Exactly. And to introduce our next speaker, she is graduated with degree in Bachelor of Arts in Psychology at Colegio de San Gabriel Archangel and Master of Arts in Psychology at St. Paul University, Quezon City. At present, she is taking up doctoral degree in psychology at Polytechnic University of the Philippines currently. As a registered psychologist and psychometrician, she is affiliated with the International Society of Substance Use Professionals, ISSUP, International Association of Applied Psychology, IAAP, American Psychological Association, APA, World Federation for Mental Health, or WFMH, Psychological Association of the Philippines, or PAP, and Philippine Mental Health Association, or PMHA. Of course, as a certified mental health first responder and psychological first aider, actually she served as a volunteer for various organizations such as Armed Forces of the Philippines, Malasakit in Humanity or AFP-MIH, Psychological Association of the Philippines PAP, of course, City of San Jose del Monte Drug Abuse Council or what we call CSDAC, Philippine National Police, and Philippine Tourette Syndrome Association or PTSA.
And Jay, everyone, not only that, she also
Yeah.
serves as a resource speaker to different units of the AFP with topics related to mental health. She published and presented researches in local and international for conference such as De La Salle Araneta University, St. Paul University, European Journal of Humanities and Advancement, 7th Asian Cognitive Behavior Therapy Conference, and International Association of Applied Psychology, where she was awarded a runner-up winner as a research presenter. Association of Applied Psychology, right? Currently, she holds the position of Psychologist 2 at the Health Services Plan Division and CV HR Supervisor at the Office of the Surgeon General, AFP.
Let's all welcome Ms. Rosario S. Abendan.
Hello. Am I loud and clear?
Yes,
Hello?
Yes,
Yes,
loud and
ma'am. Loud and
Please bear
clear.
with me kasi I'm using my laptop and then my cell phone. So you'll see me using my laptop. That's where my camera is. And then I'm using my cell phone for my audio. So I hope that's okay with you guys. So again, just call me Miss Rio, and today we're diving into an important and timely topic. So our topic is about balancing acts, navigating work life, burnout, and ESG through a psychological lens. So I heard Sir Roy a while ago, so ang daming insights ano, and then i-relate ko lang yung aking topic doon sa naunang topic. And in our fast-paced world, finding the right balance between work and personal life can feel like walking a tightrope. Narinig ko kanina maraming mga working students. So I'm sure you may be struggling with burnout. That's the overwhelming feeling of exhaustion and stress that can come from juggling too many responsibilities. And I personally know Ma'am Tini, ayan, she's my colleague. And also, this is true as companies try to meet their environmental, social, and governance goals, as Sir Roy mentioned a while ago, which focused on being responsible and ethical. But what if I told you that understanding how our minds work can help us tackle these challenges? By looking at work-life balance and burnt out through a psychological lens, we can discover ways to create healthier workplaces where everyone can thrive. So today we'll explore how companies or you, the figure, so ano niya na, i-claim niya na, as human resource managers can support your employees while also achieving your goals. You'll learn about practical strategies that make it possible to work without sacrificing your well-being. And now let join me as we uncover how we can create a future, no? Where imagine nyo, work is not just about getting things done, but also feeling fulfilled and happy. Next slide, please. So this is a video. Please bear with me, baka meron siyang patalas-tasa kasi sa ano ka lang sa YouTube. So let's watch this first. Thank you.
Swerte ka kung meron kang work-life balance. Kulelat kasi ang Pilipinas pagdating dyan. Paano ba yan maa-achieve kung kailangang kumayod ng kumayod? Nasa frontline ng balitang yan si Brian Basa.
Sa mga working people dyan, na-achieve nyo ba ang work-life balance? Batay sa pag-aaral ng international recruitment and placement firm na Remote, kulelat ang Pilipinas dyan. Sa 60 bansa sa mundo, pang 59 tayo na may score na 27.46 out of 100. Halos konti ang diferensya sa 16.15 ng Abuja, Nigeria na pandulo sa listahan. Pero gaano nga bang kahalaga ang work-life balance o ang pagbabalanse ng trabaho at pag-enjoy sa buhay? Ayon sa psychologist na si Dr. Joan Mary Farial, mahalaga ito dahil dito nakasalalay ang pagiging produktibo ng isang empleyado.
Kasi alam natin na pag tayo ay puro work at hindi kaagad naagapan ang mga sources of stress sa ating workplaces, ito ay pwedeng magdulot into having symptoms of burnout. Burnout in the workplace is a real problem. In fact, ito ay kinoconsider ng World Health Organization as a totoo na concern among employees. Other forms of mental health concerns, pag ang stress ay nagpapatuloy, anxiety, maring nagkakaroon ng mga anxiety attacks, panic attacks, anger management issues can also be a problem or a concern, and symptoms of depression.
Pero sa Pilipinas, nakikitang malaking hamon ang work-life balance dahil na rin sa lagay ng ekonomiya at estado ng buhay. Tulad ni Eduardo na nagdodoble kayod bilang tricycle driver at katulong sa karinderya. Ito lang daw kasi ang kaya niyang trabaho, lalo't senior citizen na siya.
Kulang kasi hindi tayo namin bawat isang araw, yung malinis namin, 200 lang eh.
Maraming Pilipino rin ang mas pinipiling magtrabaho 7 araw sa isang linggo para mas lumaki ang kita at masuportahan ang pamilya. Tulad ni Jason na call center agent.
hindi na ako nagdi-day off. Actually, day off po kasi namin Sunday. So hindi na ako nag-day off kasi sayang po kasi overtime po kasi. Kaya minsan, pag alis ko sa bahay, anak ko tulog pa. Pag uwi ko, tulog din. Kaya minsan ko na lang ma-banding ba.
Payo naman ng eksperto sa mga employer, tiyaking nabibigyan ng sapat na benepisyo ang kanilang mga empleyado at tamang oras sa pagtatrabaho na naaayon sa batas paggawa.
Kaya kailangan aware tayo kung kamusta ang ating mga employees, kamusta ang relationship sa trabaho, kasi of course, prevention pa rin is better than cure.
Nagbabalita mula sa Frontline, Brian Basa, News 5.
Okay,
Mga
next slide
kapatid, may
please.
Los Baños po. Huwag magpahuli sa mga balita at impormasyon. Swerte ka kung meron kang work-life balance.
Alright, so thank you so much po no sa Frontline Balita. Ayan. And with that siguro you have overview already of what we're going to discuss today. Specifically, our learning points are the following. And I hope today po ay marami po kayong matutunan. Next slide please. But let's have this activity. Doon po muna tayo sa QR code. Can we have the QR code? All right. So, kindly scan the QR code. Or you can go to menti.com and use the code 18911595. I'll give you 5 minutes. So, 5 minutes lang po siya. So these questions will not only assess your knowledge, but also encourage you to think critically about your own experiences with work-life balance and burnout. Now, when I say work, kung hindi pa kayo nagtatrabaho, you can think of school. So school-life balance and burnout. Okay? So again, kindly scan the QR code. Kindly thumbs up kung na-access niyo siya. And then later, I'll ask na paki-check doon sa ating live kung ano yung lumalabas. Can you please check kung meron na pong sumasagot? Alright, thank you so much po sa mga nagta-thumbs up. Okay. Can you please check the live file, yung result, yung kanina bago to, sa ating clicker. Before that, yung kanina na ayan. So, dyan lalabas kasi dyan kung ano yung mga answers. But I'll check on my end kung meron ng mga sumasagot. Okay. Kasi medyo so, wala pa yatang sumasagot about, meron na tayong response. Okay. Okay, thank you so much. So, siguro dito lang sa end ko. Dito, ang answer sa number 1, karamihan, this is only 5 question. What does work-life balance mean to you? Ang pinakamaraming answer, 60%, actually finding a harmony that allows for both work and personal commitments. Ayan. And then, wala pang answer dun sa next question. Okay. Ang mga questions kasi natin dito is about which of the following is a common sign of burnout? How often do you do you take breaks during your study or work sessions? And then, in your opinions, what is the biggest barrier to achieving work life? And then lastly, do you believe that companies should actively promote a work-life balance among employees? Let's check. Nako-complete niyo po ba? May delay lang po sa live. Alright. Sige po. Okay. Okay. Sige, babalikan na lang po natin. Okay, i-refresh. And then kindly submit. Oh, alright, that's good. Ayan, thank you. So nakikita po natin kung ano yung pinakamarami. Okay. Alright. Yeah. Another 2 minutes. Yung mga next question po ba, may mga nag-answer na? So, So, yun pa rin po, ano? Okay, maybe we can proceed po sa susunod. Let's go back later sa mga responses po ninyo if we have time. Okay, sige po. Sige, next slide na po tayo. Okay, so now let's proceed to our learning point number 1, understanding work-life balance and burnt out. In this section, we will explore what work-life balance truly means, the signs and causes of burnout, and how these concepts are interconnected. And by gaining a deeper understanding of these topics, we can better equip ourselves to manage our own well-being and support others in achieving a healthier balance between work and personal life. Minsan kasi kailangan maintindihan mo muna yung isang construct, di ba? Bago ka makarelate. So yun yung gagawin natin ngayon. Next slide, please. And let's start our discussion with a quote from E.B. White, the famous author of Charlotte's Web. He once said, I arise in the morning torn between the desire to improve the world and a desire to enjoy the world. This makes it hard to plan the day. So isipin natin, no, anong ibig sabihin niya sa context ng topic natin. Actually, this quote captures the essence of the work-life balance challenge that many of us face every day. So sa isang banda, we have our work, yan, yung mga goals natin, our ambitions, our desire to improve the world. Pwedeng, this is through our studies, our jobs, our other responsibilities. We want to be productive, tama po ba? We want to achieve something and we want to make a difference. Kaya nga kayo nandito. On the other hand, we have our personal lives, our hobbies, our relationships, and of course, our need for relaxation, our desire to enjoy the world. We want to have fun, di ba? To spend time with our loved ones, to pursue our interests outside of work or study. So yung struggle ng balance between these two desires, yung to improve and to enjoy, is at the heart of work-life balance. When we lean too heavily towards improving and we neglect enjoying, we risk burnout. But when we focus too much naman on enjoying at the expense of our responsibilities, ano naman na mangyayari? We might feel unproductive or unfulfilled. So in short, finding the right balance between these two desires isn't easy. As the quote suggests, it can make planning our day challenging. Tama po ba? But understanding this balance is crucial for our well-being and long-term success. And as we delve deeper into our topic today, keep this quote in mind. We'll explore how to navigate this balance, prevent burnout, and create a lifestyle that allow us both to improve and enjoy the world around us. So, next slide, please. So, sana meron kayong pen and paper. So, don't worry, 5 questions lang din ito. Alam kong magaling kayo sa math. Lahat po ba magaling dito sa math? Kailangan nyo yan sa pagkwenta ng mga kita ninyo in the future. So, let's have a 5-minute quiz. So, from 1 to 5, 1 as in never na nangyayari ito sa inyo, 5 always. So, ready na po? 1 to 5? Meron po ba tayong thumbs up dyan? Kung ready na? Okay, so next slide please. Okay, so ayan. So please answer from 1 to 5, 1 never, 5 always. So later, sasabihin ko po kung ano yung mga scores o ibig sabihin ng mga scores ninyo. So from 1 to 6 pala siya, sorry. And then pakiskoran per statement. And then i-add nyo po siya. And then kindly inform me na lang kung okay na by by your thumbs up. Ayan. So, hindi ko po kasi nakikita yung sa ating YouTube. But, of course, I know naman na i-guide naman ako ng ating mga students. Alright, thank you. Pwede ninyong ilagay yung mga score ninyo sa chat box, and sa YouTube, you can also put your scores. Ayan, para makikita natin at meron tayong mga witnesses kung ano yung score ninyo. Again, I will tell the interpretation later. So, I'll know kapag ka okay na siguro pag may nakikita na akong mga scores sa chat box. Okay, just let me know. Again, that's 1 to 5. Oh, 22. So let's see kung anong score mo. 14. Okay, 17. All right. Meron po ba tayong mga responses sa ating YouTube? Okay. Okay. All right. Sige. Oh, majority 20. Meron bang 24 pataas? Oh, may 26. 25? Okay. 24. Sige. Oh, 27. Oh. And dito ako sa cellphone kasi nagtitingin ng chat dahil sa aking screen ay yung aking ano lang. Oh, 27. Okay. Alright. So, sige, next slide tayo. Okay, next slide. Alright. Yan. So, sige, let's check. Okay. Scores between 24 to 30. Sino-sino kayo? Meltdown waiting to happen. Anong ibig sabihin yan? If you scored in this range, it's a sign that your work-life balance is significantly a bit out of balance. So correct me if I'm wrong, you might be experiencing high level of stress and are at risk of burned out if you continue at this pace. So please, it's crucial to take immediate steps to reassess your priorities and make changes to improve your balance. Okay? And then, sino-sino naman ang nakascore ng 15 to 23, getting caught in the thrill of the chase? This range suggests that that while you're not in immediate danger, you're starting to lean towards an unhealthy work-life balance. So, pwede naman, you might be excited about your work or your studies, but you're at risk of neglecting other important aspects of your life. Baka wala nang time sa jowa o kanino man, di ba? It's time to be mindful and make some adjustment to ensure, of course, na napapangalagaan ninyo ang iyong mga sarili o yung mga well-being, ang mental health ninyo. So for those naman, feeling nila mababa, no? Score of 14 or less. May nakita ako kanina, 14. Question, great, but will it last? So, dito naman, if you scored in this range, congratulations. You seem to have a good handle on balancing your work and personal life. However, datapot sugabalit, the question, but will it last is important. Work-life balance isn't a one-time achievement, but an ongoing process. So it's essential to stay vigilant at kung ano man yung mga good habits ninyo, just continue it to maintain the balance. But of course, remember, regardless of what's your score, ano po, work-life balance is a personal journey and can change over time. So what's important is to be aware of where you stand and continuously strive for a balance that works for you. So sana kahit papaano, no, medyo nagising-gising tayo. Baka akala natin okay pa tayo, pero yung pala pwedeng medyo hindi na pala. Okay? So next slide please. Now, pag-usapan na natin, let's talk about work-life balance. So, the phrase work-life balance first appeared in the late 1970s. So, mga 45 years na siya, no? So, people started using this term to describe how individuals manage their time and energy between work and personal life. Ano nga ba talagang ibig sabihin nito? So, work-life balance is about finding a way to have a meaningful achievements and enjoyment. Uulitin ko, enjoyment and achievement in all parts of your life. So it includes your work or your studies, time with your family, hanging out with friends, taking care of yourself. So it's like juggling different balls and you want to keep them all in the air without dropping any. So parang ganun siya, di ba? But why is it important? So a key part of work-life balance is making sure that work or school doesn't take over your entire life. Ano po bang ibig sabihin nun? It's about preventing your work or your school from overwhelming you. Yung feeling mo, hindi mo na nakahandle lahat. Dominating your time. Wala ka ng oras para sa ibang mas importanteng bagay. Causing negative stress. And this kind of stress usually harms your health and your happiness. Sipin niyo yung pizza. Ayan, imagine your life is a pizza. Work or school is just one slice of that pizza. It's important, yes, but it shouldn't be the whole pizza. You need other slices for family, friends, hobbies, and rest. And a good work-life balance means you're enjoying all the slices of your life pizza, not just the work slice. So remember, again, finding this balance is different for everyone. What works for your friend might not work for you. O kung ano yung nag-work sa'yo, pwedeng hindi naman siya nag-work sa ibang tao. So the goal is to find a balance that makes you feel fulfilled and happy in all areas of your life. So that's balance. Okay? So next slide, please. Okay, so this is a comic and about work-life balance. So tingnan natin doon sa first panel, it jokes that by calling it work-life balance, companies might accidentally suggest that employees' personal lives are important, which is something they want to avoid. Totoo po ba yun? So, yeah, yun kasi sabi na, oh, work-life balance. So ano ngayon? So doon sa second panel, ang sabi, hindi yun work-life balance. It's work-life integration, implying that it's easier for companies to blur the lines between work and personal life, making employees work even when they'd rather be their loved ones. So, isipin nyo kung ginagamit pa siya sa mga company ninyo, work-life balance ba o work-life integration? And then lastly, there's a cat, nakita niyo yung cat. The cat sarcastically thanks those who never had a life outside of work, implying that some people are focused on work that they don't prioritize their personal life. So in short, the comic pokes fun at how companies may use terms like integration to justify overworking employees while downplaying the importance of personal time. Next slide, please. Now, I want to address common myths surrounding the concept of work-life balance. Kasi yung mga misconceptions po na ito, it often lead us astray in our pursuit of fulfilling life. So it's important to clarify what work-life balance really means. So first, let's tackle the idea that work-life balance equates to spending 50% of our time at work or school at 50% at home. Ganun po ba yun, 50-50? So, last time, naging guest po namin si Dingdong Dantes at yun yung topic niya. And it happened to be na ako yung, ang tawag dito, ako yung host. So, ako yung nagtanong sa kanya. So, tinanong ko sa kanya yan. But of course, I know the answer. Pero, I'm so happy kasi sinabi niya na it's not 50-50. So, in short, in reality, achieving work-life balance is not about maintaining an exact equilibrium between these two spheres. Na kung ikaw ay nabubuhay ng 24 hours, 8 oras sa school ba? 8 oras sa pamilya? 8 oras saan ba? So, hindi pala, ilan na lang ang matitira noon, di ba? So, tulog mo na lang yung matitira pala kung 16 hours na gamit mo na. But then again, let's remember, life is dynamic and no 2 days are the same. What truly matters is not the quantity of time we spend in each area, but the quality of that time. We should focus on finding moments sa sarili natin amidst our busy schedule and ensuring that we set appropriate boundaries when work begins to overwhelm us. So, let's discuss naman yung myth that women deserve work-life balance than men. So, totoo ba yun? Babae lang po ba? So, sa mga boys natin, wala ba kayong pakialam sa work-life balance? Mga babae lang po ba yan? Kasi 'di ba sa societal expectation natin, often ang additional burden nasa babae, especially 'pag mga married. Yan, alam ng mga married yan regarding family and career. But this perspective overlooks an essential truth. Work-life balance is a concern for everyone, regardless of gender, 'di ba? So, again, sa mga boys natin, I hope you agree, no, na hindi lang babae. And let's remember also individual preferences and, including men, we need to recognize them too to seek fulfillment in both their professional and personal lives. And also, finally, I want to highlight the misconception na akala nila ang work-life balance is synonymous with work-family balance. Siyempre, ang family is undoubtedly important aspect po yan ng life natin, pero hindi lang siya. So when we say life, it encompasses many dimensions. Personal interest, mga hobbies natin, friendship, self-care, lahat yon ay critical roles ng buhay natin. So we need to acknowledge that individuals without children o yung mga single dyan, or those at different life stages also require balance in their lives. So sino na yung nakaranas na kasama mo sa trabaho o kasama mo sa school, sasabihin, oh, okay, pagbigyan mo na si ganito, sa ganyan, kasi may asawa yan, o kasi may family siya, ikaw single ka naman. Wait lang, para dahil single ako, laging ako yung magbibigay, ganun ba yun? Na parang, okay, so sabi ni Ma'am Rio, work-life balance, hindi work-family balance. Kasi pag life, ibig sabihin, meron din akong sariling buhay, hindi dahil sa wala akong asawa or family. So yun po yung ibig sabihin nun, single ka o married ka, parehong kailangan mo ng work-life balance. So I'm a married also, no? Married din ako, no? Pero I disagree with the idea na kapag kakasal ka at yung isa single, o pagbibigyan ng single yung kasal. So hindi po ganon. Again, so instead of viewing work-life balance as a rigid concept or a fixed state to be achieved, let's think of it as a work-life harmony. It's a continuous integration of various aspects of life that feels fulfilling for each of us. Again, it's an ongoing process requiring regular adjustment based on our unique circumstances. So ulitin ko based on our unique circumstances. So iba-iba po tayo. So in short, by dispelling these myths, I hope in the future, you can apply this kasi you better understand now na the true nature and maa-align nyo na yung mga needs ng mga magiging hahawakan yung tao in the future. So next slide please. Ayan. So as a researcher myself, syempre laging meron tayong kasamang statistics. So I want to bring your attention to a pressing issue affecting our workforce in the Philippines. And that is employee burnout. So recent studies reveal some alarming statistics that highlight the severity of this problem. So firstly, we see that a staggering 70% of Gen Z. Sino po ba dyan yung mga Gen Zs? And 63% of millennials, ayan, dyan ako kasama sa millennials, Ayan, in our country are currently experiencing burnout due to workload demands. This is significantly higher the global average of 45%. Biruin nyo, mas mataas pa tayo sa iba. And then another one, yung Mildew Insight in 2022, 50% daw ng employees reported feeling burned out din at least a few times each month. So this suggests that burnout is not just an occasional issue, but a frequent challenge for many workers. Ito naman yung very concerning, yung study ng AXA Mind Health. Noong 2024 lang po ito, which states that 30% or 33% of respondents experienced burnout over the past year. Again, above global average siya na 20%. So this only indicate na yung workforce natin dito is facing a unique pressures that contribute to this elevated level of stress. And yung impact niya is very profound. Kung nakikita niyo po, no, 85% ng mga employees are contemplating stepping back from work. And then 68% are considering quitting or changing jobs due to mental health issues. So ilan na ba sa inyo yung gustong mag-resign? Ay, i-resign na ako kasi stress na ako. Ayoko na hindi lang resign. Magda-drop out na ako sa school kasi stress na ako. Sana wala naman po. So this is a clear signal that burnout is not only affecting individual well-being, but also threatening workforce stability and productivity across various sectors. So this statistic suggests that we need to take immediate action to address the underlying causes of burnout. At yan po yung matututunan natin sa mga susunod. Next slide. Yan, paano naman ninyo malalaman na out of balance kayo? So, pwedeng makakaranas kayo ng mga ito, physical, emotional, personal. So, ayan, may mga nakalagay naman dyan. Lagi bang masakit ang ulo, sumasakit ang sikmura, medyo hindi na maayos ang tulog, nagbabago ang appetite, so laging may masakit sa katawan, fatigue, laging napapagod, heart palpitations. So, sa emotional, lagi bang nagiging masungit, parang feeling mo, hindi ka na nakakapag-concentrate. Ayan. Personal, so marami ka nang namimiss na opportunities sa family and friends mo. So yung mga yan, pwedeng sign po yan na out of balance. So next slide. Oh, so I hope ngayon hindi ka na ganyan. Now, ano nga po ba yung burnout? Burnout is not just a feeling feeling tired or stressed after a long day work. So it's much deeper eh. It's more persistent condition that develops over time due to chronic job stress. So hindi lang siya isang beses na stress. Think of it like yung difference nung parang pagod na pagod ka pero after nun masaya ka, nakakatulog ka kaysa dun sa napapagod ka tapos natulog ka ng 10 oras pero pagising mo, pagod ka pa rin. Ganon po yon. So, meron tayong exhaustion. So, hindi lang siya yung feeling na tired ka lang. Sabi ko nga kanina, it's overwhelming fatigue at hindi siya basta-basta na aalis ng matulog ka lang o kaya nag-relax ka lang sa isang napakagandang hotel, okay ka na. So, hindi po yon. Yung feeling mo, drain ka physically, emotionally, unable to cope with daily tasks. Tapos parang feeling mo, ang dami mong hindi nagagawa. Parang ang bilis-bilis ng oras. Cynicism, ayan, parang din siya, isang term dyan, depersonalization. It's when you start to distance yourself emotionally from your work. So nagde-detach ka na sa job mo, kumakain ka na lang mag-isa, and then you lose enthusiasm dun sa mga task na dati na i-enjoy mo. And then, nagkakaroon ka ng negative or callous attitudes towards work or colleagues. In short, nagkakaroon ka na ng mga kaaway. But actually, cynicism is like a defense mechanism. You're pulling back to protect yourself from further stress. So, baka yan yung nangyayari sa inyo or sa mga kasama ninyo. Baka burnout lang sila. Kaya kailangan tulungan natin. And then lastly, reduce professional ability. This doesn't mean you're actually become less competent. It's a perception that you're not as effective as used to be. So maraming mga ganyan. So feeling nila incompetent na sila, yung productivity nila bumababa, hindi na sila nagiging, kumbaga parang dati creative daw sila, ngayon hindi na. So they have difficulty concentrating. Tapos there's a sense that you're not achieving your goal. So yun yung mahirap doon. Okay? So next slide. Yan. So, when we talk about burnout in the workplace, yan, marapit na kayo. So, magti-thesis na lang kayo, di ba? O OJT pala, and then thesis na, malapit-lapit na. So, malapit nyo nang maranasan to. Ito yung mga pwedeng pinagmumulan ng burnout. So, first, let's consider design of task. So, nakita nyo naman dyan, when employees face a heavy workload, mga parang yung break, long hours, or shift of work parang hindi maayos, merong pwede magkaroon ng burnout. This is especially true if yung task nila ay hectic, parang walang meaning, pwede din yan. In short, jobs that don't utilize worker skills or provide little sense of control can be particularly draining. Next naman yung management style. Yan, napaka-crucial din ng role niyan. So kapag ang mga workers o yung employees feeling nila hindi sila involved sa decision-making process, merong poor communication sa organization or walang family-friendly policies, so pwedeng magkaroon ng increased stress and eventual burnout. Career concerns, yan, yung mga job insecurity and others. Pagka hindi sila or yung isang employee ay constantly worried about sa future niya sa company, so pwede rin po yun mag-cause. Work roles. Ay, nako, nakaka-relate po kami dito sa work roles. It can be also a source of burnout. So, kasama po dyan yung mga situations with conflicting or uncertain job expectations, too much responsibility, or when employees feel they are wearing too many hats. Sino po bang nakaka-relate? Kahit sa school. So, yung mga unclear boundaries and overwhelming responsibility can quickly lead po to exhaustion. Siyempre, interpersonal relationship din. Kapag kapangit yung social environment mo, walang support sa coworker, supervisor, pag feeling niya alone siya, hindi siya sinusuportahan. So, mahirap. Pwedeng magkaroon ka agad ng burnout. And then, of course, yung environmental conditions. So, malaking epekto din po yan. Kaya nga, ESG tayo ngayon. Yung mga unpleasant or dangerous po na physical conditions. Kasama na dyan yung overcrowded, maingay, may pollution, ergonomic problems. Nakaka-contribute yan sa burnout. Kaya i-consider natin ito in the future pag kayo na ang mga nandoon, nagma-manage ng isang company. Okay? Next slide po. Okay, so ito medyo bilisan lang siguro natin, pero this is Burnout Bingo. This game is designed to help us recognize and reflect on the signs of burnout in a, sabihin natin, thoughtful and supportive way. So, syempre, usually, di ba, pag bingo, parang ang saya natin. Yes, bingo. Pero dito, hindi ibig sabihin na bingo, winner na kayo. Pag nag-bingo kayo, ibig sabihin, meron kayong mga symptoms ng burnout. So, I encourage you to pay close attention sa mga topics na na-discuss natin earlier. And when you hear the specific term or phrase that matches you as a person, ay nararamdaman ko to. So, isipin nyo, pero sa isip na lang kayo magtantos, di ba yun yung tawag? So, kapag kayo ay nakamark ng horizontal, vertical, or diagonal, so bingo na kayo. So, ready na po ba tayo? May a-appear lang dyan one by one, and then mag-yes lang kayo or no. Pero pagka nabuo nyo siya, ayan, pwedeng i-type nyo sa chat box yung bingo na word. Yan. So, ibig sabihin nun, it indicates that you may be showing signs of burnout based on the terms na na-mark na ninyo. So, it's very valuable opportunity for you to reflect on those feelings and you can discuss them openly with someone that you can trust. Okay? So, saglit lang po ito. Let's play. All right. Okay. Yan. Feeling overwhelmed? Meron po ba? Okay, next. Okay. Okay, sige. Tingnan natin. Next. Sige po, ano lang natin. Okay? Ayan. So, sino po, na po ba ang nakaka-relate? Meron na po bang nagbingo? Ayan. So, halo-halo na po siya. Kasi chinecheck ko po yung time natin, kaya i-play na po natin lahat. So siguro ano lang, stay lang natin siya dyan. So i-check nyo po yung mga symptoms na yan ng burnout. Siguro mga 2 to 3 minutes. Okay. Yes to some, but not all. Okay. So, pwede rin naman kasi siyang burnout or po pwede rin, may nagbingo na sa YouTube. May bumibingo na. Oh, ayan. So ito yung bingo na hindi ka excited kasi wala kang mapapanalunan. Pero ang win mo dito ay malalaman mo anong nangyayari sa iyo. Usually yun sa amin as a psychologist, nakakalungkot na minsan lumalapit sa amin yung mga client, yung mga pasyente kapag malala na yung sakit nila. Tandaan natin, the first thing na po pwede natin gawin sa sarili natin is to acknowledge yung mga symptoms na nangyayari sa atin. So, maraming bingo. Ayan, sige. So, tingnan natin dun sa mga nagbingo. Although this is not a stress management seminar po kasi more on ESG pala. Yan, EGS, nababaliktad ko. ESG tayo. Pero I'm hoping meron akong video na ipapakita sa inyo later to conclude yung ating topic for today. Hopefully, doon meron po kayong matutunan. Oh, bingong-bingo. I will not celebrate with you, Ruela, kasi again, pag nagbingo tayo, ibig sabihin, tayo ay nakakaranas ng burnout, hindi lang sa work, pwedeng sa personal natin, pwede rin doon sa ating school or iba pang parte ng area ng buhay natin. So I hope you'll find your inspiration or motivation. Balikan ninyo, sabi nga, 'di ba, ng isang commercial ng kape, bakit ka ba bumabangon or para saan ka ba bumabangon? So balikan nyo lang yung na yon, yung patalastas na yon, at tanungin niyo yung sarili niyo, bakit nga ba ako nandito sa webinar na ito? Yan. Sige po, next slide. Maraming salamat po. Oh, thank you so much. So that's our intention kasi talaga. All right. So now let's see naman. Ano nga ba ang interplay ng work-life balance, burnout, and ESG practices? So, ako as a psychologist, dito ko po siya titingnan. Of course, your view might be different, but I'm hoping in the future as human resource managers, we will also consider psychological aspect of ESG. Next slide. Okay. So, number one, ang interplay ng employee well-being. So, work-life balance is essential for reducing burnout. It allows employees, you also, to manage your professional and personal responsibilities more effectively. Alam niyo ba, according to studies, yung personal resources, including physical health and psychological well-being, are inversely related to burnout levels. So sa research, pag sinabing inverse relationship, pag ang isa ay mataas, anong ibig sabihin nun? Yung isa ay mababa. So pag mataas ang psychological well-being mo, okay ka, physically, mababa yung burnout levels mo. So sa mga nagbingo kanina na mataas ang burnout levels, please check your physical health and psychological well-being. Kasi pwede na nagkakaproblema na kayo. Baka lagi na kayong nagkakasakit. Baka lagi nang may may problema na kayo sa inyong relationship. Kasi usually, pag may problema ka sa psychological well-being mo, sigurado nagkakaroon ka ng problema sa relationship mo with other people. Kaya pag lagi ka nang may kagalit, pag feeling mo parang lagi ka na lang may kaaway, siguro there's something wrong with you in terms of your psychological well-being. Example, sige, bigyan natin ng example kung papaano ito sa isang company ginagawa yung employee well-being. Isang example po niyan is consider a company that implements a flexible work from home policy. Ako yung classmate ko, ganun sa kanila, kaya ang saya ng buhay niya. So, ang kagandahan lang po kasi is by allowing employees to choose their work environment schedule, they can better manage personal responsibilities alongside their professional duties. So, nakaka-reduce talaga yon ng stress level. So, oh, that's good. Good for you. That's good. So, I hope in the future, yan, kung kayo na, makonsider nyo yan. Next slide. Next naman, yung workplace culture. Research indicate that high levels of burnout are negatively correlated with organizational commitment. Ibig sabihin, pag mataas o nakaka-experience ang isang tao ng burnout, yung kanyang commitment sa organization nawawala. Kaya nga napaka-importante ng workplace culture kasi nga yung supportive work environment, nagpo-promote siya ng work-life balance as a means to mitigate burnout. So hindi ka na makapag ano ba yung kanina na parang flexible work, sana naman maayos naman yung kultura o yung culture sa office ninyo. So po pwedeng yung mga managers, nagkakaroon sila ng wellness check-in, tinitingnan yung mga stress level, kung ano man yung mga support na kailangan. So yun yung one way po to ensure na okay yung workplace culture po natin in terms of ESG. Next naman po, sustainable work practices. Yan, naririnig natin yan kay Doc kanina. Actually, kahit sa amin po, sa organization namin, sustainability is a trend. Kailangan na kailangan po yan na masustain. So, yung mga reducing job and home demands, pwede pong maka-lower yan ng burnout, ng mga complaints. So halimbawa, yung isang manufacturing firm, sabi nila, bawal mag-OT. So, meron palang ganon. Meron pong mga ganon na bawal mag-OT. And then, dapat nag-regular break kayo. So, ano nga bang tinitingnan dito ng company na ito? Kasi by prioritizing sustainable work practices, katulad nito, yung company, hindi lang niya na-protect yung workforce niya from burnout, but it also enhances productivity in the long run. Why? Because well-rested employees are more efficient and engaged. Do you agree? So, yan. So, akala lang natin, hindi siya, pero napaka-gandang practice po noon. Next slide. So, risk management naman. So, yung mga risk isang example nito yung retail company. So, yung mga retail company, they may conduct a survey to gauge level of stress and burnout. Kasi baka mamaya, hindi na nila o hindi na mamalayan na meron na palang mga empleyado na gusto na palang mag-rally sa labas kasi stress na. So, ang kagandahan nito, by actively seeking feedback and addressing concerns and understanding ano ba yung nangyayari sa mga empleyado, nami-mitigate yung risk associated sa burnout. So ito, yung proactive approach na ito, hindi yung reactive it's not only improves employee morale but also enhances customer service quality, ultimately syempre benefiting the business. So next slide. Yan, ilang minutes na lang po tayo. So learning point number 3, ito naman, I want to talk about the positive impact ng ESG practices. Next slide po. Yan, yung enhanced better work environment, nasabi na natin yan kanina, yung positive workplace culture, and then focus on long-term health, ito yung sustainability. Sige po, next slide. So ito naman sa organizational, so dito tayo medyo mag-focus. Bakit siya kailangan sa isang organization? Hindi siya gastos, kundi isa siyang investment. Bakit? Yung mga companies na nag-i-implement ng strong ESG practices often perform better financially. Kasi yung mga investor, they are more likely to support businesses that show they care about social responsibility. So may mga kilala tayong ganyan, di ba? Yung mga gumagamit ng mga eco-friendly products. So, nai-increase yung mga sales and profit nila. And then, effective risk management. So, yung mga employee na nakikita natin na merong burnout, ang ginagawa nila, minamanage na nila agad. Yung sinabi ko nga kanina, yung mga survey sa stress level, dapat monthly ginagawa yan, or may mga wellness seminar kayo regularly. Stronger reputation, yung mga company na may good ESG practice, build a positive reputation among customers and employees. Di ba may mga company na nagsusurvey saan pinakamagandang magtrabaho? So, syempre, yung pag meron kang strong reputation, mas nakaka-attract ka ng customer loyalty. So, usually yan, yung example ng isang financial services, meron silang mga community projects. So, they are seen as responsible and caring. So, nagiging more attractive yan sa customer at saka sa mga potential employees. And lastly, yung encouragement of innovation. Kapag isang company, ang focus niya ay ESG, usually sila ay, kumbaga they find new way to improve their operation. Naglilid yan sa cost savings and better products or services. Kaya marami na po ngayon yung magamit ng renewable energy technologies. Di po ba uso na ngayon yung mga solar? So yan yung mga example ng ESG. Okay? Next slide po. So, ano naman yung mga practices? Ito para sa inyo to sa mga future HR natin. Next slide. Ayan, so may nagsabi na kanina na merong flexible work arrangement. Alam kong alam nyo na yan, hindi niya na tayo magdi-discuss dyan masyado. Green office spaces, are you aware? Yung green office spaces, ano siya, sustainability yung iniisip natin dyan. In-incorporate yung natural light, plants, energy efficient system, yung maglalakad ka, mga nasa paligid mo, puno. Sarap, no? Yung maglalakad ka na hindi amoy usok. So, hopefully, meron po ba dito na sa office ninyo ganito? Kasi study showed na yung exposure daw po sa light and greenery can improve mood. Yan, nare-reduce yung stress, na-enhance yung cognitive function. Sa amin po, meron kaming tinatawag na environmental psychology. So, isa sa kinoconsider namin, example, pag kami ay bibigay ng therapy, dapat may mga hala-halaman, di ba, sa paligid. So, maayos, yung kulay nung namin, wall, dapat pleasing sa eyes kasi nga, nakaka-relax siya. So, wellness program, pwede kayong maggawa ng mga wellness program ng mga workshop, pwede po yan. Yeah, kasi ang hirap 'di ba pagka wala man lang puro na lang pader yung nakikita mo, parang nakaka-suffocate, no? So, yeah, yung wellness program napaka-importante niyan. So, I hope pina-prioritize or ipa-prioritize ninyo in the future yung wellness. Yan, yung mga mental health wellness, fitness class, stress management workshop, sustainable commuting on. Sabi ni Doc kanina na gumagamit siya ng bike. That's one. So, yung mga mode ng biking, walking, public transit. Yan. Ang nakakatuwa ngayon sa MRT, kasi before nag-MRT ako, nagkaroon na tayo ng, ano bang tawag dun sa mga bus na ngayon? So, medyo mas gumaan yung yung transpo ngayon sa Manila. Ayan. And sa Quezon City, dahil dun sa mga gano'n, nabawasan na in short yung mga traffic. Ayun, mga carousel. So, di ba, nabawasan na. And ang daan na ng mga sasakyan. So, pag private yung car mo, maluwag-luwag na. Hindi katulad dati. Ayan, mga P2P. Mas mabilis kaysa mag-car ka eh. Yan. And then, technology boundaries. So, ito naman, not sure kung ginagawa sa inyo, pero hopefully, ibig sabihin naman yan sa mga company, may mga policy kasi doon na yung company nagdi-disconnect after work hours. O wala nang magme-message, wala nang magte-text. O pagka weekend, wala nang mag-send about sa trabaho. May mga ganon. Nag-i-implement ng, that's good. Nag-i-implement ng policies na nagdi-discourage ng after work hour emails or nagsiset lang sila ng specific time for meetings to minimize disruption during personal time. Kasi by respecting these boundaries, organizations show that they value their employees' time and well-being. Sarap lang ng ganun, ano? And of course, this practice can lead to increased job satisfaction and reduce stress level among staff. Next slide. Ayan, ilang minutes na lang. Please give me some more, na lang. Malapit na ito. Ayan, social, nasaan na ba tayo? Ayan, foster supportive relationship. Ayan, alam na alam niyo na yan. Yung mga mentorship program, pag may bago, may mga system, family-friendly policies, yung mga paternal leave, kasama yan. Encourage social responsibility. Ito yung buong ninyo, company, pupunta kayo sa isang lugar, magvo-volunteer kayo. Ayan, so nakakatuwa lang yan kasi it's not only benefiting the community, but also strengthening employee morale and teamwork. Kasi nag-work sila together. Tapos, di ba, parang it foster a sense of purpose and fulfillment. Yung proud ka sa company mo kasi nagvo-volunteer, nagbibigay kayo sa community, di ba? And then, of course, work-life integration. Ayan. So, yung mga flexibility of yung antag dito, flexi time. Ayan. And then, culture of appreciation, importante din ito in terms of social practices. Kasi yung mga employer recognition, gaano man kaliit o kalaki yung achievements, it can significantly boost morale and create a supportive workplace culture. Kasama yan sa social practices. Next slide po. Malapit na po tayong matapos. Ito naman sa governance practices, yung board diversity and representation. Dito dapat lahat kasama regardless of gender, race, age, professional experience. Ganda are those days na lalaki lang na o kaya parang sila lang yung nasa managerial position tapos na po tayo doon. Sa isang company, kapag po may diversity, mas maganda po kasi it fosters an inclusive workplace culture where all employees feel represented and valued. Siyempre po, business ethics and corporate culture, lahat naman merong ethical framework yan, na nagpo-promote po ng corporate culture na nagpa-prioritize ng integrity, accountability, and respect among employees. Siyempre po, transparency, ang isang organization, kapag transparent, ang employee, they are more likely to feel proud of their workplace. Risk management, nabanggit na po natin yan kanina, kung merong problema, kailangan po gawa po tayo agad ng solusyon so that we can prevent burnout and maintain productivity. And lastly, stakeholder engagement. So napaka-importante po nito. This not only empowers employees but also helps management make informed decisions that align with the workforce values through stakeholder engagement. Kasi lahat po involved yung parties. Pag sinabi natin kasing stakeholder, kasama na dyan ang employees, ang customer, investors, suppliers, ayan. So, kaya dapat sama-sama po. Now, next slide. So, with this video, I want to show you this, na kahit na kayo ay nasa larangan ng HR, kailangan pa rin tandaan natin ito sa ating sarili para hindi tayo ma-victimize ng burnout. Can you please play po? Nasa baba, yung play ano niya, nasa babang part. Paki-click siya, tapos, ayan, nasa babang part. Wala ba siya? Pero sa akin, nag-play siya eh. Okay, so sige, kahit na medyo out of time na tayo siguro, it's okay. Pero sayang, kasi I hope ma-share nyo din sila, no? Pero maganda sana yung ano na yan, video to end our discussion for today. But anyway, it's okay. We can proceed na siguro sa ating final thought. So as we wrap up our discussion for today, I want to leave you with a few important thoughts to consider. So again, find the right balance that works for you. Remember, life is a journey, and finding the right balance is an ongoing process. So it's essential to recognize that what works for one person may not work for another. And each of us has unique responsibilities, aspiration, and challenges that shape our lives. So wag po tayong mag-strive sa perfection. It's about making choices that align with your values and well-being. So siguro yung huling salita ko about sa balance is not a destination. It's a continuous journey of self-discovery and adjustment. And then remember din po, burnout is a serious condition. So it's not a badge of honor. It's a signal that something needs to change. And lastly, implementing ESG practices is very essential. Embracing ESG practices is not just good business, it's a commitment to building a better world. So in conclusion po, I encourage each of you to reflect on this point as you navigate your personal and professional lives. So strive for balance, pay attention to your well-being, and advocate for practices that promote sustainability and ethics in your organization. So that ends my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Miss Bendan. I guess, madaming nakabingo sa atin today for our topic, regarding burnout and work-life balance. And just would like to highlight yung part na, you've mentioned po, Miss Bendan, no? That may mga symptoms pala. There are physical, mental, emotional signs na personally, I really find that helpful. Kasi majority of the, audience today, kahit kami, we're all working. And I think spot on, madaming revelations and realizations. And having said that, we just, pick one interesting questions. We do have a lot though, like 14 questions from our audiences, but would like to highlight at least two. So one for me and Jay will discuss the other one. So I think this is from Rex Adolente, right? From the audience. As a leader who is feeling demotivated and burned out, how can I still motivate my subordinate? Thank you, Ms. Abendan.
All right, so that's a very good question. Kasi madaming ganyan yung tanong, di ba? So, pero ang question dyan ay, paano ka magbibigay kung wala ka? So, usually, kapag ka nagbibigay kami ng mga stress management, ng mga training, ang una naming binibigyan ng training, yung mismo na papaano mo, kumbaga parang matututunan, ma-manage yung sarili mo. Kasi kapag hindi mo kayang i-manage ang sarili mo, napakahirap i-manage yung iba. So it always start with yourself. Try to check yourself, ano bang nangyayari sa akin? Kasi ang hirap i-translate sa iba yung mga bagay na ikaw din wasak ka, 'di ba? Parang ang hirap buuin yung ibang tao kung ikaw wasak ka din. So for you, Rex, I hope na you'll find in your heart to get help from someone na tutulong sa iyo. And hopefully, in the long run, you can motivate others just by making yourself better and okay.
No, that was very nice, Ms. Abendan. Thank you so much po. We do baby steps first. I totally agree. You start with yourself. It's not gonna be an easy journey, of course, pero baby steps lang tayo. Thank you po. And how about you, Jay?
Yeah, actually, sobrang ganda ng topic natin today, and especially for us working students, especially sa live audience natin sa YouTube. But do you think, Miss Rio, having a wellness life session or life coach provided or additional, what do you call this, benefits for a certain organization, for example, like us, do you think it's beneficial for us to have this kind of benefits para, to avoid burnout, have the work-life balance.
Yes, I do agree. Kasi sabi nga kanina dun sa pinakita nating video, no,
Yes.
prevention is better than cure. So laging
Yes.
yun yung sinasabi natin na bago pa lang dumating ka doon sa punto na yon na may mitigate na siya. Na halimbawa,
Correct.
stress ako, that's normal, yes. Pero yung magiging distress yan into something na hindi ka na magpa-function ng mabuti
Exactly.
sa paligid. So bakit ka ba pupunta doon sa isang bagay? So in short, bago ka magkaroon ng trangkaso, gamutin mo na yung sipon mo. So again, I do agree. Kailangan.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Miss Rio. I'm not gonna call you Miss Abendan or since you want to be called Miss Rio. But we appreciate for that wonderful session of full of learning, and we've learned a lot, and we believe our audience too did the same. So I think we're going to let you go. But for those other questions, where do you think we can reach you out so that other questions will be accommodated din po after?
Yeah, they can reach me through my Facebook, Rio Abendan. That's RHIO Abendan, ABENDAN. So ginawa ko lang siya Rio. Yan, para mas
Cute.
social. Rio, RHIO with H, okay?
All right.
Okay.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Miss Rio. Enjoy the rest of your weekend po.
You too. Thank you so much again for
weekend po.
inviting me. Have a weekend. Bye.
Bye-bye po. Yay, wow. All right. So I think that's all good. Thank you again, Miss Rio, for that session full of learning. So we've learned a lot and we believe our audience too did the same, right, Jay?
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot to learn today, but let's pause for a while and check in for our viewers. Is everyone enjoying our learning sessions today? Give us a thumbs up or a heart react, or you may drop your comments and chats.
Right. Today, our viewer will not just learn, but they also have the chance to win cash prizes. How exciting is that?
Wow, so many surprises today. Grace, tell us how they can win.
Sure, it's very easy. So we're calling it the Very Cutesy Selfie Contest. All viewers right now can join this today. So all they need to do is post a selfie showing that they're watching our webinar right now and post it with the hashtag #VeryMindfulHR. Post a selfie showing that it's public so we can see it, okay?
All right, and show your cutest and most creative selfies. And by the end of this webinar, we will announce the winner of 500 pesos cash.
Wow!
And that's just for the winning selfie. We will also award 300 pesos, and for the second place, 200 pesos for the third place. Very easy, right?
Absolutely, easy money. So again, make sure to use the hashtag #VeryMindfulHR. Our committee members will decide the winner of this contest.
All right, good luck everyone, and may the best selfie win. Let's now call on our next guest speaker.
Thank you.
All right, our next guest speaker will give us a talk about the topic, the ethical employer, balancing compliance with ethical practices to foster a responsible workplace.
Also, our next guest speaker today has an impressive academic background. He received a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration with a major in Business Management from the Mary the Queen College, Pampanga Incorporated, and a Master of Business Administration from the University of the Assumption. Professionally, he has made significant strides in the field of labor and employment, and currently serving as a Senior Labor and Employment Officer and Safety Officer 3 under the guidelines of Republic Act 11058 and DOLE Department Order 198-18. He brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise to our discussion. Additionally, he holds the titles of MBA, Certified Human Resources Administrator, and Registered Business Professional. Everyone, let's give all a virtual round of applause, Mr. Roberto Picos.
Magandang hapon sa inyo lahat. Thank you sa ating mga hosts. Okay, so while waiting for my presentation, so challenge daw pagka daw yung presenter is afternoon, ano? It was very challenging for an afternoon presenter because ayan, this is the time na kumakain or alam nyo na, this is the holy hour, ano? I am also a professor here in the City College of San Fernando. That's why I know the struggle when it comes to this time na pagkahapon na. Talaga nakakaantok, ano? So our topic for today is all about the ethical employer. So I put it in a way that we put harmony in the compliance and ethics. So on a day-to-day basis, I encounter HR people, I encounter compliances, I encounter health and safety issues. So these are the things that I do on a daily basis sa aking trabaho, ano? Okay? So let's go to the next slide. So we have three outline for this, no? One is the discussion of compliance and ethics. Number two, let's talk about the knowledge, no? Let's talk about the knowledge as it affects the compliance and ethics of every one of us. And then the last one, of course, I'll be giving some tips on how to balance, of course, or to harmonize compliance and ethics as we go along. As you are all future HR, I believe, ano, I am claiming it that you will be all future HR, and hopefully baka one day ma-encounter ko kayo, no? Makikita ko kayo or ma-meet ko kayo. So just please say hi to me and then you introduce yourself, and kahit pa paano nakita nyo ako on this day, siguro that would be on the future. Okay? So let's go for the first one. Compliance and ethics. Let's have this what we call, sige po, next slide. Let's have an opening question. Let's have an opening question. Because ako, when I do this discussion, I'm always on a strategy wherein ang ginagawa ko dito, I always throw questions. Okay? So I want everybody to be active as you can. As I've mentioned, challenging kasi, no? Pasensya na po, medyo challenging kasi ang hapon na presenter, no? So I'm giving some pressure among my participants because gusto ko yung magising, syempre. I want it to be engaging at the same time para at least magising kayo because alam nyo, labor has so many facets na talagang maraming issue. Okay? And dinikit pa ang ethics, okay? So talagang challenging siya. So I have here an opening question to you, no? I'll be checking your answer for this. Okay, so sige, next slide. Which company, sige, next slide, please. Okay, so which among the two companies that I'll be presenting to you is you think is compliant? Sige, company B. Sige, next slide mo lang. Yan, okay. Company B. So, ayan siya. Salary, 13th month pay, 14th month pay. Meron siyang leave. No, ang dami niyang leave. Meron pang SL, merong VL. Of course, the social benefits. Then number 5, the HMO. Number 6, OSH compliance. And number 7, incentives. How about the company A? So, company A, salary is minimum. At least in Manila. 13th month pay, service incentive leave, SSS Pilat Pag-ibig, and then the OSH compliance. So, sa tingin ninyo, sino sa dalawang company, was it company A or company B, is compliant? Okay, tingnan nga natin. So, company A or company B? No, company A or company B, sino ang compliant sa dalawa? Company A, company A, I think. Okay, so kung titignan po natin yan, sige, next slide. Next slide, please. In reality, these companies are both compliant. No, these companies are both compliant. They provided at least the minimum. When we say compliant, you are at least providing the minimum. Okay, the law states that when you provide the minimum, then you can consider yourself as a compliant. Then company A, paying minimum, having social benefits, having the 13th month pay, having the SIL and OSH compliance is already compliant. But then again, if you are going to look at the company B, it offers so much, diba? It offers so much. Ang dami niyang ino-offer. So sagot dito, actually I'm also reading with the YouTube participants. So some answered letter B because it offers so much. In law, or when we talk of compliance is the flooring. Remember that, no? Compliance is always the flooring. This is the flooring. This is the minimum that we could provide. But to the ceiling, it has no ending. Okay? So kung sumobra ang ibibigay mo, then you are a good employer. Just like the letter B company that we have, no? So kung nagpo-provide ka, for example, on the VA and SL, the VL and SL, no, ang dami niyang binibigay, 15 and 15. So that's good. That's really good, no? That's really good. As I mentioned, yan kasi yung sinasabi natin, the ceiling has no ending when it comes to the benefit that you're going to give to your employee. Okay? Sige, next slide please. As I mentioned, the basis of compliance is always the law. Okay? It might be the law. It can be in a way, these are the company policies. These are the procedures of the company. It might be the existing ordinance in your area and many more. For labor, for our labor, we have the PD 442, no? The PD 442 or the Labor Code of the Philippines. Okay? The 1978 Labor Code of the Philippines. Wherein, yan ang sinusundan natin up until now. Okay? So up until now, yan po yung ginagamit pa rin natin for our labor. Okay, sige, next slide please. Let's have a case digest. Okay? Let's have a case digest. On October 19, 1998, the guard on duty found 6 cans of goods wrapped in nylon leggings inside an employee. Papangalanan po natin siyang YYZ employee. So nandun siya sa kanyang clutch bag. So dala-dala niya yung clutch bag niya. Na-check siya ng guard, mayroong mga delata. The only other contents of the bag were money bills, mga pera, and then a small plastic container of medicines. So she was given the opportunity. Alam naman po natin dito, no? Yung twin notices, she was given the first notice by the company. Papangalanan na lang po natin siyang the ABC company to explain her side. But instead, she asked the labor union for help. Okay? So tinanong na lang niya, pumunta siya sa labor union. So later on, the ABC company filed qualified theft to our employee, to the prosecutor. Okay? And it was found out that it has a probable cause for the crime charge against YYZ employee. Meanwhile, the labor union, saka si employee, nag-file sila ng illegal dismissal and money claims against sa ating company. Ang sinasabi ni company, ang sinasabi ni employee, it is unaware of the pilfered canned goods, yung mga nilagay na canned goods, may mga canned goods. Hindi daw siya aware. And her claim is that si company nilagay yung evidence dito sa kanyang bag para ma-circumvent yung payment na kanyang retirement benefit which is due in about years time. Okay? So yun yung ating antecedent. Sige, next slide please. Now, so which or what are the things that you consider doon sa ating naging kwento, no, sa ating case digest na sa tingin nyo ay mag-ano ng judgment niyo sa tingin niyo? Can I see in the comment? Can I see in the comment please? Sa tingin niyo, no, alin doon ang makakaapekto sa inyong judgment doon sa nangyaring dito sa binabanggit kong kwento sa inyo? Sige, I'm reading the YouTube comments. Sige. Can we go to the next? Paki-next na lang. Okay. Another question. Does the amount stolen influence your decision to pursue the case? Will the 7 pieces of canned goods will influence for whatever you're going to pursue in the employee? Okay? So yan ang mga tanong na nandyan sa atin because we are talking about, kasi kanina pinag-uusapan natin ng compliance. Ito yung flooring. Tama? We are talking about the foot where we are standing. Yet, the next question would be, when it comes to the ethics, what are the things that might affect your judgment? Okay? Ano ang pwedeng makaapekto sa judgment mo bilang isang empleyado? Itong empleyado matagal na sa atin eh. Matagal na sa atin. If you are the HR of that ABC company, no? And then you found out that this employee who is due for retirement in a couple of years found out that she stole 7 pieces of canned goods. Will you still pursue this kind of, say for example, stealing? Will you consider that? Okay. So, let's go to the ruling of the Supreme Court. Next slide, please. Okay. May comment dito ni Miss Santiago, the employee did not give any explanation. Tama. Which is true, di ba? So, silence means yes. Tama ba? Tama po ba? Silence means yes. Definitely, if you did not answer and you seek asylum into the other way, no? Into your labor union, looking at it na itong magsasalba sa akin, just like it's like a silver bullet that you're asking for the union that might kill the ABC company against their claim against you pagdating dun sa korte na kinakasuhan ka ng theft. Ang sabi dito ng Supreme Court, certainly, a dishonest employee cannot be rewarded with separation pay or any financial benefit after his culpability is established in two decisions by competent labor tribunals. Which decisions appears to be well supported by evidence. Kaya nga meron tayong twin notices, di ba? It should be procedural and meron po siyang substantive. To hold otherwise, even in the name of compassion, would be to send a wrong signal. Not only that crime pays, but also one can enrich himself at the expense of another in the name of social justice. And courts as well as quasi-judicial entities will be overrun by petitioners mouthing dubious pleas for misplaced social justice. Next slide. Indeed, before there can be an occasion for compassion and mercy, there must be first justice for all. Otherwise, employees will be encouraged to steal and misappropriate in the expectation that eventually, in the name of social justice and compassion, will not be penalized, but instead financially rewarded. Verily, a contrary holding will merely encourage lawlessness, dishonesty, and duplicity. These are not the values that society cherishes. These are the habits that it abhors. This is an actual case of Reno Foods Incorporated versus nagkakaisang lakas na manggagawa So it was decided on March 15, 2010 with the GR number 1640-16. So nakikita niyo po dito, no? When it comes to ethics, although it is very important to look at the object, but then again, you could see that most of the time, compliance and ethics do not go alongside. If you are this kind of HR that you look at the object na tinitignan mo kung magkano o ano ba ang kinuha. And I also think dun sa serbisyo ng isang empleyado. Okay? Versus dun sa actual application ng isang batas, makita nyo po that there are really separate. There are two entities that most of the time they do not combine. But there are ways wherein we could combine this compliance and ethics. Okay po? Sige, next slide please. Okay, so ano po bang ethics? Binabanggit ko yung ethics kanina. It is your moral, no? It is your moral. It is your morality. It is like your compass telling you which is right and which is wrong. These are your values acting on you, and it is like that small voice into your heart telling you that ay mali yan, ay tama yan. Dapat ganito ang ginawa mo. Okay? Ethics includes judgment and making of choices about what is right and what is wrong, or what is good and what is bad. As I've mentioned, yung dalawang yan, there are two sides of the coin. There are two sides of the coin. Sige, next slide. Doon sa case po natin, hindi ko na lang nilagay yung buo. Nag-conduct sila ng investigation dyan. They did investigation. They also asked the employee to appear before the admin case, yet hindi po siya nag-a-appear. They just filed an illegal dismissal sa NLRC. Sige, next pa po. So ethics and compliance. As I mentioned, these are separate concepts. They are separate concepts. But we could make them go hand in hand. We could make them combine na pagsamahin natin yung dalawa, no? We combine them in a way that both of them will comply and will complement with each other. Okay? Pwede po natin silang i-combine, yung ethics and compliance, when we go them on these both sides of the coin. Sige, next slide. Okay. If you look at these two, ethics and compliance, their common denomination will be the knowledge. Sa ethics, napakarami niyan. What affects ethics? Marami po. It is your values, religion, culture, upbringing, family, etc., etc. Marami po siya. But the common goal is the knowledge. Knowledge affects ethics the same way as compliance. No? Compliance, ang knowledge meron siyang epekto sa compliance. It is so crucial that when you are knowledgeable of things, your ethical consideration and understanding of compliance would affect your understanding on these two concepts. As mentioned by an HR of Intel, ethics goes beyond what the law requires. It involves doing the right thing and following both the spirit and not just the letter of law. Okay? So tingnan po natin, next slide tayo. Tingnan natin sa isang itsura ng isang Venn diagram. Alam niyo ang Venn diagram, di ba? So we have compliance on the right side, and then the other one, the ethics, and then in the middle, we wanted to have fairness in both sides. Di ba? Gusto nating makuha yung fairness na nandyan sa gitna ng dalawa. We get that fairness, we will achieve that fairness by means of being knowledgeable. Being knowledgeable through the learning that we are going to have. The learning that we are going to earn as we go along to our journey as an HR people, no? And believe me guys, what have you learned in school? That is just basically 60%. The remaining 40% would be on your actual job. It will already be the thing that you're going to experience. Ganito pala, hindi ko pala pwedeng sabihin ito. Those are not in the books. Those were the wisdom that we call as we go along with our professional career. Okay? So let's talk about the learning. Sige, next slide please. Let's talk about the learning. Okay? So, ang knowledge na binabanggit ko sa inyo can be achieved through learning. Okay? So, paano daw nakakapekto yung knowledge na yan sa ating compliance and ethics? Sige, next slide. Okay. Another question. Eto, medyo ano ang question na to? What is your picture or what is the picture in your mind about unionism? Can I ask an honest question? Can I ask an honest question about unionism? What is your picture about unionism? Sige, pwede po sumagot, no? Although I know some of you are having lunch, as I've mentioned. So pwede kayo sumagot. Ano ang picture nyo about unionism? Maybe honest, no? Pwede kayong maging honest or hindi, kayong bahala. Okay? So meron ako na ano dito. Ano yung picture niyo about unionism? Do you have an idea about unionism? May mga nag-work na sa inyo, di ba? What is your picture about unionism? So, tama ba yung sagot ng isa at parang trigger? So, ano po yung picture niyo about unionism? So, labor rights movement, may nagsabing. Workers' right? Okay. Sige nga, let's go to the next slide. Do you see this picture of unionism? For example, these two. Sige, hanggang dyan muna. Do you see these pictures? As you define unionism to your mind, do you see these people? Do you see that kind of scenario that actively they're like masyadong aktibo, no? Subversibo sa madaling salita. Okay? Or do you see this other picture? Let's go to the next slide. Or do you see this other picture? That a picture of cooperation, or the picture of having some agreement with the management. Diba? So these are, again, these are two separate looking at a bigger picture of unionism. Merong side siya na ang pagtingin ng iba, negative yan, agrarally yan, lockout. No? Lockout, hindi papasok yan. No? But this other side of the picture, you could see that there is a cooperation. Okay? Cooperation. Sige. Gusto ko lang makita nyo dito that paano ang knowledge ay nakakaapekto sa pag-iisip when it comes to the ethical decision and to the understanding of compliance. Let's talk about the union. Sige, next slide please. As simple it is, no, nag-start ang trabaho ng mga union noong 1902 pa by means of Don Belong, which is Isabelo de los Reyes. I believe he is the founder of Iglesia Filipina Independiente. Contrary to the notion na si Gregorio Aglipa yan nagtayo, hindi po si Don Belong, si Isabelo de los Reyes. At kinausap niya lang ang excommunicated na si Gregorio Aglipay to be the Obispo Maximo during that time. So they established itong Union Obrera Democratica noong 1902. At the same time, next slide please. Next. Noong 1970s, no, itinalaga or lumabas ito tinatawag na Progressive Workers Council. Ito na po yung tinatawag nating KMU. Dekilusang Mayo 1. Sige, next slide. Okay. And then noong 1975, 5 years after, lumabas yung Trade Union Congress of the Philippines. Ito po yung pinakamalaki right now. No, sila yung TUCP. And in fact, yung TUCP meron na po siyang seat sa Congress. No, meron pong TUCP party list. So as you can see, dati pa meron na, no? Dati pa po meron na. Spanish-American War meron na po yan na 1902. No? And then dito sa 70s, this is the time of the Marcos Sr., and then 1975, and up until now, marami na po sila. Sige, next slide. Okay. So ano po ba ang union? Ano po ba ang union? Ayon sa DOLE Department Order Number 40 Series of 2003, the labor organization is a private sector, no? It is organized for collective bargaining and for other legitimate purposes. Sige, next slide. And a labor organization, ito ang union na tinatawag. Okay? Ito ang union, or sometimes being referred as the employees association in the private sector, which exists in the whole or in part for the purpose of collective bargaining, mutual aid, interest cooperation, protection, and other lawful purposes. So, ang union, sila din ang tinatawag natin mga labor organization. Sila rin po yung labor organization na minsan, I don't know, to your kung sa mga nagtatrabaho dito, kung meron po sa inyo, no? But commonly ito po ay nangyayari, meron pong mga magpepetisyon sa mga companies. Ako po mismo, isa ako sa mga naatasan pagka nagko-conduct kami ng certification election dito sa amin sa Region 3, no? We are conducting a certification election when there is a petition for this what we call the labor organization. Petition for representation. Sige, next slide. Okay. By the ILO naman, dinidefine din ang labor relations, which is the LR na tinatawag, as the collective bargaining. It is a key means through which employees and their organizations and trade unions can be established fair wages and working condition. Ang goal po nila, establish a fair wage and working condition. So you see, yun ang target nila. And then their typical issues are, ayan, kasama ang wages, working times, safety, and many more. Kasama po dyan ang retirement po nila. No? And then further, sige, next slide, as defined by a certain case of nagkakaisang manggagawa o samahan ng manggagawa ng Hanjin versus BLR noong decided noong October 14, 2015, merong binabanggit pagdating sa right to self-organization. And it is also enshrined in the Article 8, Section 3 and Section 8 of the 1987 Constitution. Nabanggit din ito sa Article 253 of the Labor Code, no, na kung saan binabanggit niya that everybody has the right to self-organization. Although meron pong mga klase ng mga workers that are exempted. No, halimbawa po, yung mga security guard, bawal po sila. Police, bawal. Managerial, bawal. No? Bawal din po yung kasama sa mga armed forces. Kasama din po, bawal din po yung mga tinatawag nating mga confidential employees. And many more, nakabanggit po yan sa Labor Code. No? So, naka-highlight yung tinatawag nating mutual aid and protection. You know, most of people who are going into union, meron po silang mga hinanaing. As tinitignan ko itong mga comments dito sa YouTube, binabanggit nila dito defending the rights of employees, the voice of the employees, no? Pwede ding workers resistance, advocacy, no? Embodies the power of workers, no? Defending employees' right. This is the main goal of any union. At least most of them, no, as I'm telling you, and I'm being honest, at least most of them are really like this. Okay, sige, next slide. Slide, please. Okay. So nakita natin na ang pagtatayo ng union is a karapatan. Karapatan po ang pagtatayo ng union. It is enshrined in the Philippine Constitution. But right now, what is being faced by the labor union? Last year, there was an ILO, HLTM, the High Level Tripartite Mission dito sa Pilipinas. Pumunta po sila dito sa Pilipinas. Ipinatawag nila ang aming ahensya, ang Department of Labor and Employment, na nagsasabi na, and then yung mga uniform personnels, because there was a complaint already, no? There's a complaint already lodged to the ILO itself, na kung saan, no, that the Philippines is one of the most dangerous country for trade unions. No, tayo na ang pinaka-delikado, no? Wherein there are about 50 unionists were murdered during the tenure of the previous president. Kilala niyo po siguro to. And not a single perpetrator has been brought into account. This mission, no? This mission na binabanggit ko po sa inyo is already a question of the government. Anong ginagawa ng gobyerno regarding these issues that is happening? No? That is happening. Do you not see this picture of this other side of unionism? Parang ganun yung tanong nila. Okay? So, parang naka-question na tayo ng International Labor Organization. Sige, next slide. Also, you could see on the next slide that on the data of PSA, you could see that there was already a decline of people going to union on the year 2020. Take note, this is the time of the pandemic, although given na yung time ng pandemic, but you could see from the time of 2016, wherein, as I mentioned, this is the time of the previous administration, diyan siya nag-start, and then you could see that there is decline. There was a decline. There was a decline into the number of establishments engaging into unions. And there was also this published journal in the Philippine Journal of Labor and Industrial Relations in UP Soler by a certain Mr. Credo, na sinasabi niya that the trade unions in the Philippines, there is already a struggle for relevance because of globalization and technology. With what is happening right now, with the recent changes, lalong-lalo na sa workplace setup po natin, it poses another challenge among unionists. So nakikita po natin, you could see that some might see that trade unionists or those are posing for labor organization are subversive, negative. Some people, aminin man natin o hindi, di ba? Merong mga nagre-red tagging, ay mga ano yan, mga left. But then again, looking at these pictures that I am presenting you, do you still see the same pictures? Again, next slide, please. Do you still the same picture as like this? Diba? So nakikita pa rin ba natin ang ganitong picture? Okay? So nakita pa rin ba na meron pa rin bang ganito na nakikita po natin? Sige, next slide. Or is it this side na, no? It is this side na right now, little by little, I guess it happened in August. It started in August, wherein the Department of Labor, together with the Armed Forces of the Philippines and the Philippine National Police, the Department of Labor and the trade unionists made a pact regarding the freedom of association. We are already on the side of performing this mandate na we protect them both, no? And makita nyo po dito that hindi naman po lahat ng mga trade unionists are negative. And take note, ito po siguro minsan may mga establishment or HR that are going to me pagka pinapasukan sila ng union, Minsan tinatanong, sir, paano natin makokontra ang union? Paano natin maka-counter ang union? No? Ang sabi ko sa nila, that is a basic right. Unfortunately, that is a basic right. And no one, take note, no one, unless there is a temporary restraining order issued by the court, could prevent the establishment of a union. That is the only thing that could stop the establishment of a union. Wala pong pwedeng pumigil because that is a basic right. Ito lang po siguro ang masasabi ko pagdating sa yan. And it is my advice among the HR people. Mind you that hindi magkakaroon ng union sa isang establishment if there is no problem. If there is no problem. As being said, di ba? When there is smoke, there is fire. When there is complaints not being heard, no? Pagka may mga grievances na hindi pinakikinggan ng establishment, pagka may mga klase ng mga hinaing ang mga ordinaryong manggagawa against sa ganitong klase ng manager, supervisor na hindi inaaksyonan ng establishment o ng mga top management natin, definitely they would seek somebody. They would seek an organization wherein they could be heard. And wag po nating hayaang mangyari yon. I am telling you, as mentioned by the previous two speakers, no, it is always prevention. It is always prevention. That's why ethics and compliance. Okay? May compliance ka na eh. How about the ethics? How about the ethics that I am telling you? Are you doing the right thing? No? Tama ba ang ginagawa natin pagdating sa mga ganitong sides? Of course, ilalagay natin ang side ninyo sa side nila. Would you also feel the same? Okay? Tandaan po natin, inuulit ko ha, hindi magkakaroon ng unionism. They would not accept the idea of unionism if they are happy. No? If they are satisfied, if they are engaged, and they are well valued. If you give the minimum, if you provide them the love and care, the assistance that they need during the time wherein they need you as HR people, union will not prosper. I am telling you that. And alam niyo po, ito ang common na nakikita ko sa mga nagtatayo ng union. They go to the people who have problem. Sila ang ginagawa nilang mga union leaders, yung may mga problem sa companies. If the company has no problem, I don't think union will prosper. Yun ang lagi kong bilin sa mga HR. Dapat kasi ganito na ginawa nyo. Ano bang nangyari? No? These things that have happened in the past could be cured. No? Umpisahan nating ayusin ngayon. No? Ayusin na natin. So kung matalo man ang union, you have the chance. But if you don't have any chance, then wala tayong magagawa. That is a thing na wala tayong control. Again, because that is a right. So you could see now what is the effect of the knowledge. We could see a bigger picture of knowledge na kung saan ang idea natin of compliance and ethics will be affected and somehow would form a better understanding of the two sides. Hindi lang yung isang side na sa issue ng compliance but also the issue of ethics. Okay, sige, next slide. Next slide. Okay, as I've mentioned, importante ang knowledge. The knowledge is so paramount that it affects the person's ability to rationalize and give reason. No? It helps people understand what is right and what is wrong and how to follow the rules and regulations set by the law. Sige, next slide. Okay, since we know what are the common misconceptions about itong topic natin, yung binigyan ko kayo ng knowledge about the unionism. Sige, next slide. Okay, take note. As we go along, unionism is all about the mutual aid and protection of each individuals. Diba, sabi ko nga sa inyo, hindi sila magsisik ng ganitong klase ng movement if they are all being heard. If there is no problem. No? It isn't, okay? At least, no? Hindi naman siya intended to disrupt the company. No? It is not to instill the idea of rebellion or the idea of communism into the minds of workers, but it is meant to be Ito yung tinatawag nating mutual aid and protection because at the end of the day, these workers has their families wherein their daily meals are sourced out from the companies. Di ba? Ito ang pinaka-goal natin dito. May pakita yung side na dahil may pinaglalaban lang itong mga tao. Then kung wala silang pinaglalaban, guys, I don't think they would go to unionism. Okay? So, yun lang binabanggit ko dito when it comes to the knowledge about a certain topic. And there's so many knowledge as I am telling you that will change your perception into things. That's why as an HR people, as you HR go along with your career in the HR profession, hindi lang kayo required to prepare payroll, to pay the social benefits, to have like this, no, the HMO, to process yung kanilang mga loans. No, you would encounter some issues when it comes your ethical standards will be tested. That's why I'm telling you that you need to be backed up by knowledge and information. And you could gain that by means of reading, no? By attending seminars, by pagkakaroon ng mga simpleng klase ng libro. Alam niyo yung pino-provide ng Department of Labor and Employment, yung tinatawag naming handbook, we give those for free and you have that. You could download that in our website, no, for free. May soft copy on. You could have that, no? Kasi kailangan po na we are always back up with information that would affect our fairness in the long run in the industry. Sige po, next slide. Okay. Let us go on with the tips on how to balance the compliance and ethics. Ano po ba yung pwede nating maibigay na mga tips? Paano natin mababalanse yung compliance and ethics? Okay. Let us look at this. No? How does the employees and employers see the HR? Kasi kayo magiging HR kayo later on, di ba? Yung iba sa iyo in few years to come, they will be engaged in the HR, or maaring kayo meron na, no? So, how does the employees and employers see the HR? Sige, next slide. For the employee, no, EE, si employee, sabi niya, no, management representative yan eh. Management representative yan, kaya wala, hindi tayo pinakikinggan yan. Diba? So, that is the employee. How about the employer, CER? Next slide. Si employer naman, sinasabi niya, ay, empleyado pa rin yan, ang HR na yan. That's why, kaya nga pro-employee siya. No? Sige, next slide. Makita niyo po, kawawang HR. Diba? Kawawa si HR, diba? Nakita niyo dun sa picture. Kawawa siya, ayan. Kasi, she is caught between the employee and employer. That's why it's so challenging to be an HR. I am telling you, it's so challenging because you are caught in the crossfire. Ito ang dinedemand ng employer, no? Tapos ito naman sinasabi ng mga employees, no? Nakakatuwa na minsan ang hirap magbalanse bilang isang HR na kanino ka ba talaga? Employer ka ba? Pro-employer ka or pro-employee? Sabi nga sa batas, di ba? Damn if you do, damn if you don't. On both sides, unfortunately, ganun ang kakaharapin natin sa HR. Damn if you do, damn if you don't. Sige, next slide please. Okay, how do we balance ethics and compliance pagdating sa pagiging isang HR? Una, communication skills. Okay, isa-isahin natin yan. Ethics, hindi lang basta-basta ethics, basta strong ethics dapat. Okay, so conflict management. Next, organizational skills. And then, of course, kailangan natin ng learning. Let's talk about the first one, which is the communication skills. Importante ang communication skills sa isang HR. Tandaan niyo po ito. Sa mga cases na na-handle ko sa single entry approach, sa SENA na tinatawag namin, commonly the problem is all about communication. Kasi si employee hindi kinakausap si HR. Katulad sa unang case natin, di ba? Yung kay Reno Foods Incorporated. The problem is communication. Hindi sumasagot, no? Hindi sumasagot doon sa NTE. Itong si YYZ employee, tama po ba? Do you get that, no? That is a communication problem. And tayo sa HR, it is also paramount to us that we know how to communicate ourselves with the employee, with the level of the employee, because communication is so important. Okay? Either to the management, no, to the ER or to the EE. no? Kaya doon lumalabas na sa dalawang side na 'yan, dapat alam mong bumalanse pagdating sa communication. Pagdating sa communication. There was a time when I was talking to a company sa HR nila. Nung gagawa siya ng um, notice to explain nung nabasa ko siya. Ang tanong ko sa kanya, "Ma'am, bakit English ang ginamit mong language?" "Ay, bakit po ba sir? May problem po ba?" "Ma'am, sabi ko ang mga empleyado mo driver." Hindi naman sa minamalate ko yung mga driver, but how about the comprehension? Kasi mga truck driver po sila. Hindi sa tinitignan ko sila na negatively, but you could use a better language, a simple language using the Filipino language. Wala naman pong bearing yun sa batas. Wala pong bearing yun sa desisyon na gagawin namin sa aming ahensya, no? When you use Tagalog or Filipino. And sometimes pag sa mga union nga, meron kaming hinandle dito sa may Sambales. Kasi mga minor sila eh, no? Pinagamit po nila is the vernacular nila, which is the sambal, no? Tagalog sa taas tapos parang may translation sa baba as sambal because mga local sila, no? So the communication is very important because when you communicate, we prevent the barrier that would put in a situation na maku-question yung gusto mong i-translate na language papunta sa receiver. Kasi ikaw ang sender eh. Tandaan natin, there are so many barriers and we are trying to remove and to ayusin yung tinatranslate natin. Baka whatever you are trying to convey is not being understood clearly. Okay? So that is on both sides of employee and employer. Okay, sige, next slide. Okay, ethics. No, nabanggit ko na sa inyo nung ethics kanina, but kasama pa rin, syempre, dapat meron po siyang the word strong. Okay? Because you will face so many tests of ethics in your career as an HR. Also, alam naman natin tayo nag-handle tayo lahat ng mga 201 file. Makikita niyo po yung mga 201 file na tinatawag. And now it is being digitalized, I know. But then again, makita niyo po diyan na papaano yung mga information na yan is so crucial that since you are being trusted with this, sa simpleng bagay na lang, no, sa mga information na sensitive sa isang tao, sinishare mo ba? Sinishare mo ba? Ay, alam mo ba itong si ano ganito, single mother pala. 'Di ba? So this kind of questions put on you as an HR, no, or itong mga tests of ethics that is put on you as an HR, no, yan po yung mga bagay na minsan ay kailangan po nating i-put into consideration by means of understanding this strong ethics. Of course, you will encounter so many things. Meron akong isang na-encounter. Nilapit sa amin sexual harassment. At ang kino-complain niya, meron siyang kino-complain na empleyado, supervisor. Pero alam nyo, sinama nila sa complaint, pati si HR. Bakit? Kasi dinivulge ni HR yung information sa ibang tao. There should be confidentiality when it comes to this sensitive issue. Alam naman po natin ano ang mga sensitive issue. It should not be divulged. And there is a Data Privacy Act, 'di ba? Katulad diyan yung mga information na nandiyan sa inyong mga 201 files, sa inyong mga CV, resume na fina-file ng HR, it should not be communicated to others. It's just only to the eyes and the digestion of the HR and the top management. But to the other employees, hindi. Even alam niyo po ba pagdating sa issue ng ng drugs, hindi rin po dapat. Hindi rin po dapat. Meron ding mga lumalapit na mga company sa akin asking about sa the drug policy. So dinidiscuss ko sa kanila yung batas ng drug policy. Sabi ko, ang number 1 diyan is the confidentiality. Hindi pwedeng malaman ng ibang empleyado if meron mang mag-positive and even ma-confirm that the person is positive, should remain confidential. Ganun po ka-critical ang trabaho natin pagdating sa HR. Sige, next slide. Okay. Siyempre, of course, kasama din ng conflict management, no? Kasama din ng conflict management on how you handle, no, itong struggle how you bridge in between two parties na nagkakaroon ng problema. Minsan may mga personal. May mga personal. It is never easy to deal with conflict. And hindi rin naman maiwasan talaga ang conflict. Talagang meron at meron ng conflict. Natural po ang conflict. But with the right conflict management skill and ability to shift perspective, you can keep the office running smoothly. Remember, when you handle conflict, please avoid yung biases natin. Tanggalin po natin ang biases natin. And if you cannot handle it, sa ibang companies, they form a council. No? They call it as the Labor Management Council, the LMC. Pwede po kayo mag-establish ng ganon. I would suggest that na hindi lang ikaw na HR ang uupo, but it is a council, it is a collegial body. No, pwede niyo pong gawin 'yon pagdating sa mga bagay na pagdating sa mga conflict management, no? Meron pong mga ganyan. Yung iba naman halimbawa pagdating sa mga issue ng morality, they form yung tinatawag ng CODI. CODI is a Committee on Decorum and Investigation. Issue ng mga ganito, no? Yung mga personal issues, CODI ang tawag nila. Committee on Decorum and Investigation. You could form that. You could form that. Sige, next slide. Okay, of course, kasama din po ang organizational skill. As an HR, and alam ko, nabanggit kanina, no? Nakikinig ako sa discussion ni Ma'am kanina, ni Ma'am Rio regarding multitasking. Remember, as an HR, you should be a multitasker. No? Alam niyo po, marami tayong ginagawa sa HR. Hindi po sila natatapos. It is a cyclical. Paulit-ulit po yan. No, lalong-lalo na pagka bigla may declaration ng tawag dito, state of calamity, ayan na yung mga loans, di ba? Sa yung loan ko pa-process na po, di ba? So, marami mag-process ng loan. Habang ikaw ay gumagawa ng ganito, ng program para sa Christmas party, no? Habang ikaw ay gumagawa ng payroll, habang ikaw ay nag-a-attend ng ganito ng webinar, okay? That is part of our duty because importante on how we handle our work. Okay? So, although dito pagdating sa organization skill, merong ibang ano yan. This is an issue of productivity already. When you work in the HR, you will face with many duties. Kasama po yan. Take note. Ang challenge lang dito, paano mo i-handle ang bawat isa. You go first with what matters most. Yun lang ang unahin mo. Unahin mo yung pinakauna, yung pinakamahirap, no? Pinaka-kailangan na ng attention. Normally, ito po yung mga cases. Mga cases po sila dapat. Yun po ang unahin natin. Okay? Sige, next slide. Okay. Kasama din syempre ang learning. Kasama din ang learning. As an HR, I encourage you to go on learning. And not only you as an HR, and even your people around you, to your colleagues, to your superiors, give them training, give them learning sessions, no? Equip them with necessary skills. As an HR, you should have a strong love of learning. Okay? Kung ano man ang mga latest na nangyayari sa industry natin, o sa industry ninyo, and also kung ano ang meron sa mismong company because there are some certain laws and some regulations that are industry specifics. Okay? So, sige po, next slide. Okay. Konti na lang yan. So, tinitignan nyo po, no? As an HR, talagang tayo ay mga ganito. No? Hindi po yan si Carlos Yulo, pero tayo yan bilang mga HR na talagang bumabalanse tayo sa mga bagay-bagay na ginagawa natin. We have so many things at our hand, yet we need to balance. Because as an HR, sige next slide, because as an HR, it is so difficult to be an HR talaga. I'll be honest with you. HR is so difficult. Why? Sige, tignan po natin. Because we are always caught between in the crossfire of the employees and employer. Okay? Lagi tayo kasing nasa gitna tayo, alanganin tayong empleyado, alanganin din naman tayong management representative. Because at the end of the day, no, nasa gitna ang isang HR. Either ang HR ay mamahalin, no, or pag-iinitan, no? Mamahalin ka or pag-iinitan ka. Sige, next slide. HR is also not for nice people, unfortunately. But what we need in HR is being fair. Hindi mo po kailangang maging mabait bilang isang HR. But you just need to be fair on all the people, management and employee. And lastly, sige next slide. As an HR, it is a thankless job. Tandaan natin, ito po, no? Halimbawa yan, salaries delayed for 1 day. Ayan, kasalanan ni HR. Na-terminate siya. O, kasalanan uli ni HR. I can't process my loan in Pag-ibig. Kahit nakalib si HR, ay kasalanan pa rin ni HR yan. May bonus na. O yun, salamat kay boss, hindi kay HR. Okay? Sumahod ng mas maaga. Okay, no comment. Tapos, lastly, bakit meron akong NTE? Dahil sa habitual tardiness. Pinag-iinitan daw ni HR. HR really is a thankless job. Ito po ang trabahong kakaharapin ninyo na kung saan ikaw, kundi dahil sa'yo, di sila sasahod. No? Although hindi ko naman kine-claim that we need to glorify the HR. But what I am telling, our efforts will not be appreciated. Tandaan nyo po yan, hindi ka ma-appreciate. Kaya kung naka-ready ka para dito as an HR, no, i-ready niyo mas mabuti ang sarili nyo in the years to come. Kasi pagka darating na yan, no, talagang HR ka na, full-fledged HR ka na, talagang ikaw lagi ang pagbubuntungan ng problema. Na-delay lang ng isang araw, gusto ka nang ipako sa krus ng mga empleyado. Nagpasweldo ka na maaga, nagagalit si boss. Sabi niya, bakit ang aga naman? Diba? So, saan ka lulugar as an HR? Okay, sige, next slide. Okay, so to be fair is to have balance to both sides. Okay, sige, next slide. Okay, as a final case digest na gusto kong basahin ninyo, meron tayong isang empleyado dito that Efrania Celoso was a classroom teacher assigned index in Capiz. She had been in the improvement teaching in 1951 to 1985 at nag-retire siya at the age of 55 due to poor health. So on March 1982, so nakita niya while she saw her grade 1 pupils, no, mali ang ginagawa nila. So tuturuan niya sana, yun nga lang nadula siya. She accidentally slipped and her back hit the edge of a desk. She later complained of weak lower extremities and difficulty in walking. Sige, next slide pa. And later on, itong si empleyado natin, no, nagpa-x-ray siya sa St. Anthony sa Rojas City. And then ang resulta niya, so maraming complication in short. Meron na siyang tuberculosis, fracture, and then later on meron pang isa, yung POTS disease. Okay, so kailangan niya maoperahan. Then sige, next slide. Ngayon, noong August 22, 1985, so take note, 1982 yun ha, nung nadisgrasya siya. Noong 1985, August 22, nag-file siya kay GSIS. Disability. No? Ang problema, si GSIS, dinenay niya yung claim niya because prescribed na. Pagka sinabing prescribed, tapos na. Tapos na kasi under the rule of GSIS and SSS, just only 1 year. Pwede ka mag-file ng 1 year lang. Within 1 year period. So sinasabi ng GSIS, hindi pwede kasi dapat nangyari nung March 1982, you have at least 1 year to file for a disability benefit. So, ang sinasabi dito, let us look at this case as in this is the implementation, actual implementation of a compliant law and an ethical judgment. Tignan po natin ang resulta. Ano? Sige, next slide. This is the ruling of the court. Ang sabi dito ng Supreme Court, in the case at bar, denying private respondents permanent or total disability benefit from 1951 to 1985, so ang tagal, di ba, services niya, had been in the government teaching service or for more than 34 years, had rendered dedicated and unselfish service. And only because her ailments forced her to retire would be contrary to the spirit of the labor code in line with the social justice principle enshrined in the Constitution. Sige, next slide. While petition posits, so ang tinutukoy niya dito ang GSIS, kasi ang sinasabi ng GSIS, sabi niya dito, yung fund daw yun na ibibigay sa kanya, it is an imperil, pity of mercy or mercy. Parang walang kwentang awa, hindi dapat maawa. Pero ang sinasabi ng korte dito, this court is also aware that a miscarriage of mercy is as much to be guarded against as a miscarriage of justice. Sige, next slide. On the final note, sabi ng Supreme Court, a teacher is likened to that of a candle which consumes light itself in the process of giving light. The good teacher not only gives the light of knowledge, but also touches the heart, serve not only the lowly and the least, but even the lost. This case is about such teacher who was disabled in the process of giving light. This case, again, next slide. This case is decided on the year 1996. It is GSIS versus Court of Appeals and Efraña Celoso. So nakita nyo po dito, isang teacher na gustong magturo, no, na nagtuturo at na-disable, nagka-claim sa GSIS, ayaw bigyan ng GSIS, in-apply nila yung ethics and law. On this both sides, nakita natin, bilang isang guro, bilang kayo, bilang mga HR, both sides could be hand in hand. Pwede po silang magsama. At bandang huli, sige next slide, bandang huli, as a way forward to all of you HR, no? Future HR. Check, very mindful HR. Okay? Very demure HR, or do gusto kong palitan itong very demure, palitan natin. Sige, next po. Palitan po natin being fair. Okay? Very mindful, very fair. Okay? So with that, isang magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you so much, Sir Bob. If you could please stay with us for a few minutes. No? We prepared some questions po. And wow, grabe. That was really engaging session that we had from the audiences. We were reading kasi po, no, their comments. And just to highlight, one of our chat moderators mentioned that it's true that many employees get anxious when they hear HR. True enough. Diba? Sometimes it's seen as a scary place instead of a helpful one. So whatever we have learned today, let's apply it, right? And strive to be better. And just to make sure na align tayo, we pick one of the questions. There are a lot, but of course you can still send them and we can forward the other questions to be entertained and answered later. Sir Bob, LMC Labor Management Council, I'd like to bank on that and ask, did we see more issues resolved efficiently through LMC as compared to just HR admin? Thank you po.
Yes, kasi ang kagandahan kasi ng LMC, it is a collegial body. Some see, no, as you have mentioned kanina, no, when they hear the word HR, kala nila police, di ba? They think it's ay pinapatawag ka ng HR. Ay may sulat sa iyo ang HR. It's like a negative connotation with the HR. Para kang berdugo na parang ang dating sa iyo, ay mamamatay tao yan. But when we talk of the LMC, it's like a collegial body. Normally it is composed of people, dapat merong kasama sa labor. May kasama sa mga empleyado. Now, at least somebody who's been in the industry na kasama niya medyo matagal na. Meron din kasama sa management, of course. And then kasama din ng HR. Normally ang chair lang po dito is the HR. Meaning ang sinasabi lang po dito na merong collegial body, no? Malaking epekto niya sa mga companies, no? As I've mentioned, one of the reason why people are going into unionism is because of the unheard grievance. So if they see this as a better option other than putting dun sa other side of the coin, no? Edi kung meron kang available na ganito, you could lodge it to this kind of avenue na kung saan it is a collegial body. Not only one person decides it, but also this is the same na talagang balance siya dahil pwedeng tatlo or minsan commonly nakita ko 5 sila. Meron pa nga, no, pagka yung mga issue talaga na medyo technical siya, halimbawa pagdating sa anti-sexual harassment, for example, sa may sexual harassment, kumukuha sila ng outsider. Kumukuha po sila ng outsider para at least may bumabalanse. May umano lang, gumigit na.
Thank you, Sir Bob. That makes a lot of sense. How about you, Jay?
Well, yeah, actually, ang ganda ng topic ulit natin today, no, sir? Gustong-gusto ko yung being an HR, it should be fair. Yun ang pinaka-gusto ko talaga today. But I just wanted to ask this one of the questions from the audience. So how can HR spot potential ethical issues early on and address them before they become a bigger problems or even escalate to unionism?
Oo, kasi kailangan talagang masagot yan, ano? Masagot
Yes
yan.
po. Yes.
Pagka kasi ang mga empleyado, they don't see anything that you do. Although aminin man natin o hindi, di ba? We could not resolve everything. Because
Correct.
we have the management prerogative na tinatawag. And kami sa Department of Labor, we do respect that. We do respect that yung mga management prerogative. Yet, ang talagang kailangan makita lang ng mga workers diyan is meron kang ginagawa. It doesn't need to be resolved right away. Pero may pakita ka lang na meron kang ginagawa. Sometimes they just need to see something new. They just need to see that there is a changes that is being implemented. Although it will take some time. But then again, meron silang nakikitang changes. Kasi yan ang challenge sa atin. As I've mentioned, tayo bilang mga HR, empleyado pa rin naman tayo, ano? Kaya minsan pagka may mga lumalapit sa akin mga HR, minsan pagka tinatanong ko, kaya ba ng boss mo? Anong sabi ng boss mo? Kaya ba ng management? Pagka hindi kaya, okay, that ends our our session sa atin. Pagka nag-inquire kayo sa akin or pagka nag-seek kayo ng assistance, no? Kasi wala tayong magagawa.
Totoo po.
Hanggang doon lang tayo.
Amazing. That's true. Opo, no? So, I think it was really an amazing talk, Sir Bob, and hope everyone still there. Just sit back and relax. Thank you for your time, sir. It was
Thank you.
really a great
And good luck to you
session.
all.
Thank you for sharing your wisdom and have a
Thank you,
great
sir.
weekend po.
Thank you. Good luck to our future HRs. A good day.
Salamat po.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Roberto Torres. On to the most awaited part, our keynote speaker. Let's have Neon and Ella once again.
All right. Thanks a lot, Grace and Jay. So, wow, grabe. We've had the E, the S, and the G. So we've learned from Mr. Junroy about the environmental topic. We also had an amazing time with Ms. Rio Bendan for the social topic, specifically on mental well-being. And just recently, early, with Mr. Roberto Torres for the governance side naman. What a great day full of learning, right, Ella?
I agree, Nian. And of course, that doesn't end there. Since we had the E, the S, and the G, I think it is the best that we put them all together and talk about the future of work, integrating ESG into HR practices. How HR can lead the way in embedding ESG principles into everyday operations.
All right. Well, then, without any further ado, our keynote speaker today, founder and CEO of Phil HRG Incorporated, a nonstop, not-for-profit organization advancing in HR profession in the Philippines, international speaker, motivational speaker, resource person, and also a blogger. Currently, VP HR for Global HR Operations for a global BPO company, adjunct professor and industry resource speaker at the Asian Institute of Management, or AIM, has more than 20 years of progressive professional leadership and management experience in the BPO IT shared services industries, both in operations management and human capital management. Also, founder and president of the Philippines HR Group, the largest Philippine online community of HR professionals in Facebook, with more than 328,000 online members as of June 2024. Imagine, it's just June 2024.
And not just that, he has a degree in behavioral science, major in sociology at Polytechnic University of the Philippines, diploma in industrial relations at the UP Solar, and diploma in international human resource management, executive diploma in managerial psychology. He also has certificates of completion in the Executive Leadership Accelerator program of Hyper Island Asia Pacific, certified life coach from the Life Coach Training Institutes in USA, certified human resource professional, and certified professional manager, CPM, from International Federation of Professional Managers in UK. Also, a certified emotional intelligence practitioner at Genos, Australia. And lastly, a Six Sigma Green Belt certified at USA.
Yes, and to mention a few of his awards, top 50 HR leaders to follow in 2024 Global, awarded June 2024 by People Hum. HR Influencer in Southeast Asia 2024, February 2024, awarded by ETHR World. HRD Hotlist 2024, the best HR leader in Asia, awarded February 2024 by HRD Group. And Top 100 Talent Leaders for 2024 in the Philippines, awarded January 2024 by Bridge Group. And again, that's just for 2024 to mention a few of his awards. Let's all welcome Coach Darwin Rivers.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, again.
Is my audio good? If you are hearing me well, can you please type number 1 at your chat box so that I know that you are hearing me well and my audio is clear. Thank you. So my topic is about the future of work. I know that throughout the day you have been into different topics in relations to environment, society, and governance. We will be discussing how ESG is now critical in the areas of human resource management and why HR professionals should be leading ESGs in the workplace. So let me just share to you my screen. Let me just can you see my screen clearly?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the future of work integrating ESGs into HR practices. Before I start, let me ask you a question. Magtatanong muna ako. Since you are right now completing your HR management or you're currently deciding to go into the HR profession, magtatanong muna ako, ano yung pagkakaintindi nyo ng ESG? Yung environment, social, and governance. Can you please share to it at the chat box so that we'll be able to read it and share it also to our audience? Ako, mukhang nahihiya pa mga tao ngayon. Sige, ganito. Just to give you an idea of what ESG and bakit siya importante. Kasi sa panahon natin ngayon, the world is rapidly evolving. And the reason for it is because it's driven by a lot. Technological advancement, shifting societal expectations, environmental concerns, increasing global challenges, political challenges, a lot of factors. Yung mga factors na to, ito yung nakakaapekto hindi lang sa trabaho mo bilang HR, pero sa pangkalahatan na kung papaano ang management. Kasi tatandaan nyo to ha, you as an HR, you're not separate from management. Alam ko kanina you guys are discussing that HR has a very difficult role of balancing between management and employees. But please understand, for you to be able to take care of your employees, you need to realize that you are part of management. And as part of management, it is your role to make sure that the welfare of the company and the welfare of the employees is your utmost concern. Ang problema kasi, marami sa mga HR ngayon or yung mga HR na nasa-start ng profession nila, palagi nilang iniisip na, nako, ang hirap ng trabaho ko kasi it's a balancing act. Totoo, it is a balancing act. But for you to be able to be successful in your role, for you to add value to your role, kailangan you have to not only understand the side of the employees, but also your role as part of management. And ESG, or yung tinatawag nating environmental, social governance, is very critical nowadays because as an organization strives to remain competitive and sustainable. Kasi di ba lahat naman ng business ganyan. Ang business, binubuo siya hindi para maging charitable institution. Ang business binubuo siya para reality is, ang business binubuo siya ay para magkaroon ng profit. Tama? At pag may profit ang business, lumalago siya at nabibigyan ng pagkakataon yung mga tao na magkaroon ng trabaho, mabigyan ng benepisyo, at habang lumalago ang isang business, mas nagiging part siya ng pag-unlad ng isang bansa kasi nagbabayad siya ng tax, nade-develop niya ang mga tao, ang mga employees, at marami pang iba. And part of this is really your role in ESG. I just have to correct some mindsets that mahirap sa HR. Totoong mahirap sa HR. Totoong critical ang trabaho natin. But I will tell you, you would fail if the mindset that you have right now is kailangan pro-employee lang ako. Because if that mindset will be with you from the time that you graduate and start your career and you do not see yourself as someone who is actually part of management, who is actually able to create valuable change in the organization, positive change in the organization, you will not succeed as an HR. Okay? ESG, may nag-share dito, sabi ni Caroline, ESG will mitigate business risk, strengthen the bonds of the employee engagement, and company reputation. Pag-uusapan natin yan mamaya, Caroline, pero tama. That is actually part of the definition of ESG. Let me just go to my next slide, which is, isa-isahin natin, environmental, social, and governance. Pag sinabi natin environmental, ang sinasaklawan nito ay climate change strategies, biodiversity, water efficiency, energy efficiency, carbon intensity, or yung carbon footprint, environmental management system. Lahat ng yan, if you will look into an organization, companies, especially in industries like manufacturing, retail, food and beverage, they give a large impact on the environment. If you're in the mining industry, obviously, you affect your environment. If you're in the retail, in the manufacturing, you affect water efficiency, energy efficiency, and everything goes to climate change, di ba? So kailangan ng isang business daw, kailangan maging mindful. Yun na yung topic natin, di ba? Yun yung overall arching topic nyo right now is to be mindful. And HR should be mindful that if you are part of an organization, especially if you're in HR, certain policies, certain processes, and certain initiatives should be anchored into making sure that there will be no adverse or negative environmental impact of your company. Next is social. Equal opportunity, freedom of association, health and safety, human rights, customer and product responsibility in child labor. Being part of the leadership team, of the management team as HR, you have the responsibility to ensure that your organization, your company is socially equitable, that it ensures social justice, that it ensures that every opportunity to actually uphold the rights and dignity of the employee will be taken care for. Next is governance. Sabi dito, ang governance, business ethics, compliance, board independence, executive compensation, stakeholders, democracy, bribery, and corruption. Governance is really, as an HR professional, as a people leader, you have to make sure that your organization or your business is compliant with all the laws and regulation of the land. Make sure that your organization follows business ethics, complying to all the requirements of both the national and local governments, making sure that hindi lang executive compensation titignan nyo, pero yung overall compensation ng lahat ng employees. And importante yung stakeholders. Yung stakeholders, sila yung mga clients nyo, yung mga investors nyo, kasi hindi lalago ang business, hindi magsasucceed ang isang organization kung hindi nyo titignan kung sino ba yung stakeholders ninyo. And of course, yung it's also your responsibility to ensure that yung mga negative, unethical practices like bribery, corruption, red tape should not be supported by HR or by management per se and by you as HR. Nakakalungkot lang, reality is, and I'm telling you this, there are some people in some organizations, HR professionals, na kinakain ng sistema. Na, I'll give you an example. Every local government, every year, kailangan ng mga employees nag-a-applyan ng health permit. Kailangan nag-undergo sila ng health check-ups, ng mga seminars, at ng audits. Now, ang mga employees, ayaw nila yan. Kasi kumakain niya ng oras sa kanila. At yung bagay niyan, hindi yan bayad. Kasi hindi naman siya part ng production ng company. Pero, requirement siya ng local government at national government. Now, I've seen HR people who actually closes their eyes and are open to bribing government officials para panusutin lang, para mabigyan lang sila ng permits, para ma-accommodate lang sila at na in a sense na instead na ma-complete nila yung whole process para sa mga employees nila, sinu-shortcut nila. And you have to understand, if you allow yourself to be in that situation, believe me, you are doing a lot of damage, not only in the reputation of your company, but also in your own reputation. Now, let's move forward into ESG per se. ESG, as mentioned earlier by one of your admins, it's environmental, social, and governance. It's basically a framework. Framework siya ng isang organization wherein ina-assess ng organization kung paano niya gagamitin yung mga resources niya at yung overall business practices niya para mo-sustain yung business in an ethical, sustainable manner na sumusuporta sa environment niyo. Kung kayo ay isang mamimili, client or customer ng isang produkto, sabihin na natin, kung natatandaan nyo, there was a case of this manufacturing company na nagkaroon ng malaking rally dati because hindi nila pinapasahod ng tama yung mga tao nila. This is for, I think, a manufacturing company na nagmamanufacture ng mga condiments, ng mga ketchup, ng mga toyo, patis, yung mga ganyan. If you are a customer, would you support an organization na may problema sa mga employees, na hindi pinapasahod ng tama yung mga employees, or maraming issue yung mga employees sa kanila? Would you support that kind of organization? Can you please let me know? Yes or no, if you'll be supporting, or if for you hindi ka affected. Sabi ni Joseph, saka ni Christine, ni Irene, hindi daw nila susuporta. Another question, would you support an organization na malalaman mo na, for example, natandaan nyo yung Mark Copper issue wherein in Marinduque, napakalaking devastation sa environment because of the issue of Mark Copper in Marinduque, na about 40 to 50% of the entire forest and tawag ito yung flora and fauna ng island na yon ay nasira because of Mark Copper. Would you support or would you even apply to a company like that? Yes or no? Di ba syempre hindi ka mag-a-apply, hindi mo siya susuportahan. That's the reason why I am actually, what you call this, telling you that it's very important that we discuss about ESGs. Wait lang, parang nawala yung aking... Are you seeing my screen? Because I'm not seeing my screen right now. Yeah, okay. So that is basically the framework of ESG. Ang mga organization, nagiging mindful sila na kung mag-i-invest ako, kung magsatayo ako ng site sa isang lugar, kung mag-hire ako ng tao, ang iniisip dapat ng management is, am I environmentally compliant? Am I being socially responsible? Am I following the right governance for my business? Kasi yung tatlong yan, it impacts not only the reputation, but also the profitability, the morale of the employees, and the overall standing of a business. Kaya importante ang ESG. Now, para mas maunawaan nyo palalo kung saan nagmula ang ESG. The history of ESG is like this. It started in early 1960s na nagsistart na, ito yung industrial age eh. Nagsistart na yung mga tao na maging socially aware, na wherein yung mga companies themselves, they are starting to look into socially responsible investing. Pag sinabing socially responsible investing, ibig sabihin ay mag-i-invest ka, kung businessman ka, or kung owner ka ng isang company, mag-i-invest ka sa mga companies or mga region na tawag to responsible sa environment, society, and government. Like a good example of this is there were a lot of companies back then na hindi nag-invest sa South Africa because of apartheidism. There are a lot of businesses na hindi nagpunta sa Asia because during that time there were a lot of political unrest, 'di ba? So that's the basically the start of ESG. It started first as organizations or management or leaders of the industries starting to be socially responsible and having the SRI or social responsible investing. In the early 2000s, naisip ng business na, wait, teka muna, kailangan natin i-improve yung mga basic labor conditions ng ating mga employees. At kasi, na-realize ng mga businesses na pag hindi nila inalagaan ang mga employees nila or pinabayaan nila yung mga products nila na hindi na nakakalason pala to or nakaka-affect pala to sa environment or mababa pala yung pasweldo na hindi pala makatarungan yung pasweldo, na-realize sila na it affects the profit and revenue and the overall reputation of the business. Yung term na ESG started in the United Nations in 2004. What happened that time is that there was a worldwide conference in the United Nations where financial leaders has this report called Who Cares Wins. Ibig sabihin nito, kung sino daw ang mga kumpanya na nagki-care sa environment, sa society, and being government compliant, sila daw yung nagwi-win sa business. And it was actually adopted by the United Nations. And it became a movement and turned out to be a global phenomenon starting 2023. And in the last report, based on the UN's data, it comprises about 30 trillion in assets under management. Ibig sabihin, these are the companies na talagang nag-pledge na tutupad sila sa ESG. Kaya nga importante na as an HR professional, alam mo rin yung role mo as someone who would be the person who would lead and incorporate ESG in the workplace. Now, ito yung UN Sustainable Goals. We have 17, from no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation. Ito yung goals ng UN in 2050. Now, they also look into that goals at inisa-isa nila, alin ba dito yung under ng environment, social, and governance. So kung makikita nyo sa slide is they were able to identify which of the priorities of the UN will fall under environment, social, and governance. Now, why does ESG matters? Sabi ko nga kanina, investors demand. There are a lot of investors worldwide are seeking sustainable investments aligned with their values. Marami sa mga investors ngayon, ang mga business leaders, kung mag-i-invest ako sa isang business, kailangan unang-una sustainable at unang-una dapat hindi naka-apekto sa environment. Kasi alam nila na pag na-apektuhan yung environment, ma-apektuhan yung business because of reputation, because of what you call this, possible penalties. So, nagde-demand ng investor na kailangan ng isang kumpanya ay nagpa-follow ng ESG. Next is risk management. Strong ESG practices can mitigate any risk associated with climate change, social unrest, and regulatory changes. If you are a leader of your organization, at heart mo yung environment, society, and governance framework ng ESG, ibig sabihin, titignan mo yung mga policies mo, yung mga programs mo, yung mga products mo, yung mga tao mo na making sure that ano ba yung produkto ba namin nakakalason ba sa tao, sa kalikasan, yung site ba namin sa bansang ito ay nagko-contribute para maghirap yung mga empleyado namin, hindi ba namin sila pinapasweldo ng tama, yung produkto ba namin hindi nagkakaroon ng positive impact sa society, na yung way of marketing ba namin is hindi nagbibigay ng positive influence sa aming mga clients and customers. So that's having that thought in mind. Pag ang isang leader or the management team has ESG in mind, they would make sure that may mga policies, processes, and procedures sila na anchored sa ESG na nagmi-mitigate ng risk. Walang nag-mitigate risk na baka magkaroon tayo ng environmental concern, o baka magkaroon tayo ng government penalty, o baka magkaroon tayo ng issues sa ating mga employees. Next is reputation and brand value. Ito yung sinasabi ko sa inyo kanina. Dahil nga of the increasing popularity of ESG, and it's also mandated by the UN, positive ESG performance can actually enhance the company's reputation. Kasi ang mga customers, ang mga investors and customers, mas pinipili nila yung mga company na positive yung ESG or merong mga programs anchored into ESG. Next is long-term sustainability. ESG focuses on long-term health of the planet, of the society, and ensuring sustainable future. Of course, kasi nga, di ba, ang mindset mo sa ESG is you take care of the environment. You take care of the people. You make sure that you're also compliant with all of the rules and regulations of that particular country or that particular region. So, sustainable siya. And kung sustainable siya, ibig sabihin para sa mga businessman is sustainable din yung revenue and productivity ng isang organization. Kasi kung hindi siya sustainable, hindi siya mag-i-invest. Kasi ibig sabihin, malaki yung risk na magsara yung kumpanya. Malaki yung risk na malugi yung kumpanya. Malaki yung risk na magmulta sila. Malaki yung risk na ma-damage yung reputation nila. So the benefits of ESG, this is the data provided by the United Nations, is financial performance. Studies suggest that companies with strong ESG practices often outperforms their peers. Yung mga companies daw na meron talagang matatag, established ESG programs, mas tinatangkilik ng mga investors at ng mga customers. So, yung financial performance nila ay mas lumalaki, di ba? Mas kumikita sila. Operational efficiency, ESG initiatives can lead to cost savings. Kasi kung you are environmentally conscious, what will you do? Your organization will shift from electrical to alternative energy. Kaya nga, di ba, yung mga solar powered tawag dito, options, yung mga other options na hindi mag-use ng coal fuel or fossil fuel, dumadami ngayon kasi maliit ang cost at hindi siya impacting sa environment. At of course, it operates efficiently. Innovative competitiveness. Because of ESG, nagkaka-create siya ng mas maraming trabaho. Kasi ang tutok ng mga kumpanya, paano ko ba maalagaan ang environment? Should I look into other alternatives to make sure that, or other ways to make sure that I take care of the environment, I take care of the people, and combined with the government, di ba? New businesses like mga sun-powered industries, yung mga new businesses wherein they are more into organic foods, new businesses wherein yung mga products are more organic rather than chemical, di ba? Yung mga businesses na talagang nag-audit para ma-make sure na wala silang fraud or wala silang red tape at hindi nila sinusuportahan yung mga corrupt officials ng isang government. So that makes them innovative and competitive. And of course, again, yung regulatory compliance, yung sinabi ko last kanina na as a employer, as part of management, as an HR person, you have to look into how is your business complying with local and national regulations. Kaya nga dapat hindi natin sinusuportahan yung mga lagay-lagay, yung mga fixers kasi alam nyo you support those kinds of red tape and bureaucracy, you are part of the problem and you're not part of the solution. So how does HR plays a critical role in the success of ESG? Kasi una, driving the social pillar, like pillar of D&I or diversity, equity, and inclusion, wherein as an HR person, you're in the forefront of making sure that you are hiring people based on their qualifications and not based on their gender biases or any other biases, right? Employee well-being, as an HR, you take care of the employee's well-being. You make sure that there are health and wellness programs, the HMO are being looked into, the benefits, both statutory and company provided benefits are being provided well, and ethical labor practices. as HR, you make sure that you're compliant with the labor laws. Kaya nga importante, di ba, na as an HR, alam mo yung labor law kasi dapat nangunguna ka sa pagprotekta ng karapatan ng isang employee at dapat nabibigyan mo ng guidance yung management in terms of following labor laws, giving fair wages, making sure that there is a safe working conditions in your organization. Point number 2 is supporting environmental initiatives. As an HR, you actually help implement sustainable and initiatives like going paperless, making sure that if the lights are not needed, you turn off the lights so that you'll save more electricity. Yung pa yung energy efficient ng inyong office. You look into the office spaces, baka naman, di ba, masyadong maraming nasasayang na space sa office. Baka po pwede naman na mag-work din pala ang mga tao sa sa bahay para ma-less yung carbon footprint. Or kung part ka ng isang company na nagbibigay ng car or car allowance sa mga tao, you look into dapat biodegradable fuel yung ginagamit or dapat make sure nyo na you only support companies that are following strict environmental compliance. And of course, employee education. You educate employees through training and development, learning programs wherein you encourage your employees not only to be expert in their field, but also to become eco-friendly. You also foster a culture of sustainability. Kaya nga, di ba, yung mga CSR activities natin, yung mga tinatawag nating CSR o yung corporate social responsibility. Kasi karamihan dyan is pagpupunta sa pagtatanim ng puno, pagpunta sa mga paaralan para maglinis, pagpunta sa mga home for the elderly, kasi you make sure that your employees are socially aware and environmentally aware. Okay, point number 3, enhancing corporate governance. Part of your role is to make sure that ethical yung leadership. When you hire your leadership team, you have to make sure also that yung taong i-hire nyo is ethical and upright. And in terms of risk management naman, you have to make sure that you have the policies, processes, and guidelines in your office para kung ano man yung risk, either environmental risk yan, possible labor compliance risk, or possible damage in the company's reputation, you look into your policies. Ano ba yung pwedeng improve? Ano ba yung pwede natin gawin para ma-mitigate yung risk at para maging anchored tayo sa ESGs? Point number 4 is measuring and reporting ESG. Alam nyo ba na because of the drive of the UN, governments, specifically DOLE, nagko-collect yan ng mga data with regards to how compliant you are in the different laws also related to ESGs. And part of your work as HR is you have to make sure that you present factual, truthful data, you prepare them, you provide the reports, and also based on that reports, you provide insights to your management team. Paano ba natin i-improve yung ESG natin sa kumpanya na to para year on year may improvement na nangyayari. Year on year, we're being more aware of how our company would be able to support environment, society, and governance. Now, how do you integrate? Ito yung talagang topic, di ba? Paano ba natin i-integrate yung ESG principles sa ating trabaho bilang isang HR? Well, one, you have to, sabi ko na kanina, kailangan you are a champion of the diversity, equity, and inclusion. So, you foster diverse and inclusive workplace by, unang-una sa recruitment, making sure that you have inclusive hiring practices to attract and retain talent. Dapat malinaw sa policy nyo na hindi kayo nagdi-discriminate ng age, ng sex, ng physical well-being. Kailangan you also have programs that support that particular demographics of your workforce. Also, training and development. You have to provide continuous training to make sure that yung mga unconscious bias ng mga recruiters, ng mga hiring managers, kailangan train niyo yung mga tao, yung mga leaders nyo, yung mga recruiters nyo para maging inclusive at align sa diversity, equity, and inclusion. And also, you have to make sure to have your mentorship programs wherein yung mga mentors, sinusuportahan nila yung underrepresented groups ng mga employees. Kanina, before my talk, napag-usapan yung issues about unions, na nagkakaroon ng union because may issue lagi ang mga employees. And you, as an HR, you as part of management, you have to look into ano ba yung mga gaps, ano ba yung mga issues, yung mga problems na yan, and how can the mentorship program, how can people in the leadership team can actually support this particular underrepresented groups or underrepresented workforce. And then, of course, equal opportunity policies, making sure that you promote equal opportunity in your workforce. Next is prioritize employee well-being. Kasi sabi ko kanina, di ba, you will be the proponents of making sure that you have policies and procedures anchored to work-life balance. You look into pwede ba magkaroon ng flexible work arrangement para or ano ba yung mga programs na magkakaroon ng work-life balance sa mga employees. You look into having a mental health support program. Diba? You have to make sure that meron kayo yung mga initiatives na nag-offer ng mental health and wellness programs among your employees, or may mga assistants kayo binibigay to make sure that if there are employees suffering from stress, depression, anxiety, there will be partner institutions that can actually help your employees. Of course, part of it, of your work is looking into the physical health and well-being of your employees, di ba? You encourage a healthy lifestyle, kaya nga dapat yung mga policies nyo, meron kayong policy about anti-alcohol in the workplace, anti-smoking in the workplace, anti-drugs in the workplace, kasi that's very important. Kaya nga, a lot of companies are also looking into creating health and wellness initiatives and programs in the organizations, right? And then safety and security. Diba? Part of your role is making sure that safe ba yung mga employees in terms of their work environment. Baka naman yung isang site nyo, hindi pala secure, di ba? Hindi pala safe. Paano pag nagkaroon ng calamity? Paano pag nagkaroon ng man-made or natural calamities? Ano yung mga programs nyo na nag-make sure na you support your employees? Di ba? Or baka naman mamaya wala kayong mga programs na wherein pag nagkaroon ng problema, immediately makaka-attend kayo sa needs ng mga employees nyo. Another way of integrating ESG in HR practices is part of your role is looking into your code of conduct. Code of conduct, like the employee handbook, is the Bible of your organization. You have to make sure that you develop and enforce a strong code of conduct. You have to make sure that lahat ng employees naiintindihan kung anong laman ng code of conduct. You have to have a regular discussion about your policies and processes, di ba? Ano yung mga violations na pwede mangyari, ano yung mga corrective actions na binibigay. Kasi ang mga employees, makakalimutin yan, di ba? So it's best practice na you have regular sessions about your code of conducts and your other policies. Ethical training. Part of your responsibility is to make sure that paano nyo ba may make sure na yung mga leaders nyo at yung mga employees nyo ay ethical by making sure that you have training programs that look into ethics and compliance. There's also what we call a whistleblower protection. Yung whistleblower protection is actually a policy in an organization where pinoprotektahan niya yung mga tao na nagsusumbong patungkol sa isang maling gawain ng isang tao o isang departamento. kasi para siyang witness protection program. Na basically, dapat yung meron kayong whistleblower policy wherein you people can be anonymous in providing feedback that would help your management team, that would help your companies to be able to know ano ba yung mga gaps natin, ano ba yung mga possible risk natin, ano ba yung mga maling nangyayari sa office natin. And then supply chain ethics is making sure that yung mga pagsasource nyo ng mga materials, ng raw materials, pagsasource nyo ng vendors, yung mga vendor partners nyo ay ethically responsible, diba? And environmentally compliant. Part of your role also in HR, integrating in ESG, is environmental sustainability. You have to make sure that you have policies and programs that focuses and encourage eco-friendly practices in the workplace. Diba? Yung reduce of water and waste, reduce of energy consumptions, diba? Yung paperless policy, yung mga making sure that if electricity is not being used, you have to make sure it's turned off, or shifting from electrical to solar, diba? Or other forms of energy, diba? And then sustainable HR policies is really more of implementing sustainable policies na nagsusupport into either remote work, paperless processes, or other policies wherein walang negative impact sa kumpanya at sa employee, bagkus nakaka-save pa ng energy, ng cost, ng time, and of course, possibly the environment because of being compliant. Employee education is similar to anchored into training and development, making sure that you have programs that employees understands their responsibility. Hindi siya responsible ng HR, hindi siya responsible ng management. Responsible ng lahat ng employee ng isang kumpanya na maging responsible sa environment kung saan siya nagtatrabaho. Diba? How are we treating our flora and fauna in our particular site? How are we treating the environment conditions in our particular site? Do we have the proper procedures to make sure that yung mga waste chemicals, yung mga waste waters, yung mga hazardous chemicals ay hindi napupunta sa environment? We have to make sure na yung as simple as, di ba, yung mga stray cats and stray dogs, ano bang ginagawa natin dyan? Are we able to make sure that they put into a shelter, di ba? Or do we have programs where employees can actually adopt stray cats and stray dogs? Those things that would really impact the environment would be something that you will be champions of. Social responsibility, community engagement, di ba? May mga organizations na multi-geo, di ba? Iba't ibang lugar, iba't ibang bansa. So you have to make sure that you have your corporate social responsibility programs wherein you engage your employees to actually spend time to know their community, to give back to their community through services, diba? Through volunteerism. Part of it is also having charitable programs that is aligned to your company values or mission and visions. And then as an organization, di ba, ano ba yung mga social impacting programs? Like for example, si Ayala, di ba, they're now shifting into helping the environment, making sure that yung mga ano sila maging first green company in the Philippines, or in lahat ng practices nila from banking to real estate to energy to retail is environmentally compliant, di ba? You have to look into your social impacting programs. Hindi lang ano ba to? Is your management or your company, do they have a scholarship program for the less fortunate people in your local? Or do you have programs that actually support people with disability? Do you have programs that actually partners with LGUs para masuportahan naman yung mga working mothers, di ba? So those are programs that impact society, impacts not only your people, not only your workers, but also their families and their communities. Next to that is yung sinasabi ko na the core value of an HR is always integrity, honesty and integrity. So you should be drivers of fair compensation, making sure that may fair and equitable compensation yung mga employees nyo. Making sure that you partnered with your board, diverse yung mga executives nyo, hindi lang puro lalaki, hindi lang puro babae. Ibig sabihin, para magkaroon sila ng full understanding of the demographics of their workers. And then effective risk management. Ano ba yung mga programs and policies na meron kayo to make sure that compliant kayo sa government? By integrating ESGs in HR practices, you as an HR professional or a future HR leader, you would create a more sustainable, equitable, and ethical workplace. That should be your mission. Dapat, kasi marami nagtatanong, sir, paano ba ako maging successful? You will be successful if you will not think of yourself, but think of how your work will be impacting not only your employees, but your communities and also the nation in total. So you should, the value that you bring into your organization should be what policies, what programs, what initiatives can I actually do? Can I actually implement as an HR professional to be aligned in ESGs or being able to positively impact our organization to be anchored in ESGs. This can actually lead to more employee engagement, less retention, less attrition, more retention of employees, improve company reputation. Hindi nyo na kailangan mag-hire kasi top of mind kayo lagi ng mga aplikante kasi alam nila na ethical kayong organization and that would create long-term business success. HR dati, years back, they're focused on more administrative tasks. But at this point in time, HR are no longer transactional. When you start your work as an HR profession, yung payroll, talent session, training, normal yan na responsibility nyo. That's your transactional responsibility. But your value as an HR and your success as an HR professional will be how strategic and how you are able to shape the future of work in your organization. You have to understand that integrating ESG principles into HR practices into your organizations to make sure that it creates a more sustainable, more equitable, and more resilient organization would be your legacy, your value add to your organization. I hope that itong diniscuss natin over the last 48 minutes would give you an understanding kung how critical your role is, not only as an employee, not only as an HR professional, as an HR leader, but you as part of management that can actually do a lot of good things, not only for your employees, but for the environment, for the communities, for the economy of our country, if you're able to create programs, initiatives that is anchored to ESG. So that is actually how I end my presentation. Pero before I end my presentation, since kanina pa ako nagsasalita dito, may gusto akong itanong sa inyo. Lang ha? Alam niyo ba kung ano to? Can you please put it on the chat box? Ano yung picture na nakikita nyo? Nung bata ako, favorite ko to eh. Bubble wrap. That's correct. This is a bubble wrap. Wait lang ha. Paano ba to? Now, my next question is your heart in HR? Kasi di ba ngayon, you are currently in either third year or fourth year, or you are trying to look into a career in HR. I would like to ask you, is your heart really in HR? Ito ba talaga yung gusto nyong maging career? Ito ba talaga yung gusto nyong maging lifelong journey? Do you have the passion and the heart in HR? Siguro may tatanong nyo bakit yung bubble wrap yung ginawa kong example. May kwento kasi yan. Alam nyo ba na yung bubble wrap is actually a failed experiment. If you look into the history of how bubble wrap was created, it was actually meant to be a wallpaper. Hindi talaga siya bubble wrap, hindi talaga siya hindi talaga siya tawag dito pambalot. Ang talagang use ng bubble wrap is wallpaper. And unfortunately, hindi siya nag-succeed. Hindi nag-succeed si Alfred Fielding and Mark Chavanez doon sa vision nila na itong in-invent nila na product, na bubble wrap, should be an alternative to wallpaper. But nevertheless, even though nag-fail sila doon sa pag-create nila ng bubble wrap, they still realized that hindi talaga siya failure kasi there is still a greater use of a bubble wrap. And this is and it became one of the sought after packaging material in the world. And bakit ito yung ginagawa for example dun sa question na is your heart in HR? Alam nyo kasi this is a lesson for you guys. Yung story ng bubble wrap, it offers a valuable lessons for people like you, for students like you, na nagtatanong, is HR my career? Kasi like the bubble wrap, you will only find purpose in your decision to be part in HR if you're already experiencing failures and challenges. Kasi yun talaga yung una yung may experience para sa start kayo ng inyong journey sa corporate world. You experience challenges, you experience failures, you experience a lot of negative things. But please be mindful that you, similarly to a bubble wrap, you can be adaptable, you can create a better opportunity for you to be more useful. Kaya nga dapat, di ba, patuloy tayong nagle-learn, patuloy tayong dinidevelop yung sarili natin. Your career in HR may not be glamorous. It might not be immediately rewarding. Pero by the way ha, kukorek ko to, it may not be immediately rewarding. Pero do you know that HR folks in the Philippines, managers earn as much as 190 to 180,000 a month. HR directors earns about 150 to 300,000 a month. And VPs and above earn almost 400 to 500,000 a month. So wag niyong iisipin na walang pera sa HR. Kasi yung value nyo, may equate yan sa sweldo nyo. I mean, mali. Yung value na ibibigay nyo, doon magagaling yung paglago ng sweldo nyo. Doon magagaling yung kung paano kayo makikita ng kumpanya na you're actually worth the value of that particular salary. Ang problema kasi sa mga HR, we normally shoot our foot immediately na parang, uy, HR ako, kailangan tawag ito, very meek, very, kumbaga, very mapagkumbaba. Okay lang na ganito yung sweldo ko, okay lang na bababa sweldo ko. Please remove that mindset. As an HR, kaya ako sinasabi kanina, you are part of management because you're on the critical role to actually change your organization, to actually create value in your company. If your leaders see that, if your leaders see your value, then your value, both financially and career, will multiply and increase. As an HR also, you have to foster employee engagement, promote workplace well-being, and driving organizational change. And that's why ESG is very important in understanding your role. I think my last words for you is, hindi nyo pa man alam kung HR ang para sa inyo, kung HR yung career na para sa inyo. Please understand that kung meron kayong hesitation, like the bubble wrap, every great invention starts with a failure. But creating that failure and challenges into something positive and making sure that you always add value, that will lead you to success. And I hope that you're able to learn from my presentation for today. Maraming salamat po. Again, if you would like to connect with me, my name is Coach Darwin Rivers. Please follow me in LinkedIn. You can also add me in Facebook. Just type Coach Darwin Rivers. Please follow me in Facebook and also in LinkedIn. And I have my own company. It's called Darwin Rivers Consultants and Management. Our services is there at the website darwinrivers.com. Maraming salamat po. And I really hope and pray that you continue your path in HR and that you will be successful in your path in HR if you're able to be passionate and have a heart in HR. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach Rivers. So I hope you don't mind if we ask you questions in just less than 5 minutes. So this, number one, we love the discussion, so much learning, so many wisdom. But I just like to ask 2 questions, possibly. Number one, because it's perfect timing, Coach. No, right now it's Q4 and it's strategic planning moment already for most organizations, right? And just here in Open University, just like what I mentioned to Mr. Junroy earlier, majority of our students here already in their field of work and who went back to school. So they are already practicing already, if not all, some their HR responsibilities. But my question actually, since this is really interesting, about since it's strategic planning season, do you have any tips for them? Especially they're here, not just the students, but we also have other guests watching in YouTube live right now. How can they influence their leaders, their stakeholders, their management to integrate ESG into their plans or even adding it to their pillars?
Sure. First and foremost, you have to, for you to influence, you have to have a very good relationships with your leaders. So building relationships with your leaders is very important. You have to make them as an ally. So that being an ally, when you present a program or initiatives, they will be the one who would champion you in the board meetings. So one is, as an HR professional, always create genuine relationships, positive relationships, and always make your leaders your ally. Second is that leaders, business leaders, always look into the profitability. That's the reality. You will only be able to be successful in your proposals for programs aligned to ESG if you provide them with data and how this particular program would cost and would save cost. So, alam ko marami sa atin ang ayaw sa math, kaya nga tayo nag-psychology, nag-HR. Believe me, pag nasa HR kayo, habang tumatagal, ano pang leaders kayo, iisipin nyo yan. You have to look into the value, the money value of your program, how it affects your organization, and what's the ROI. Third would be, look into the environment. And when I say environment, your total manpower, your total workforce. Kasi baka mamaya, you're doing programs and initiatives or you're proposing programs and initiatives na hindi aligned sa kanila. Look into programs na alam mo na susuportahan ng workforce kasi they relate to that particular program. I'll give you an example. Diba? There's this particular company, part of their ESG, part of their health and wellness initiative, ginawa ng HR, nagpa-mountain climbing. Ang demographics ng mga tao nila, 40 and above. Will that be successful? Of course not. Diba? Look into your demographics. Look into how your initiatives and programs would resonate to your workforce. And I think the last would be always be genuine in your intent. If you're genuine in your intent, you'll be able to convince anyone that you're always for the good of the company, of the employees, and your entire organization.
Perfect. Thank you, Coach. I've seen some comments here saying thank you for those tips. So that's very much appreciated. Actually, you somehow answered my second question, which is really connected to my first one. It's just really more on, do you agree that there's financial, should there always be financial budget required? Because, you're
Yes,
building
of
budget by the end
course.
of the
Sabi
year,
ko nga sa
right?
inyo, hindi, guys, understand na we're not running a charity organization. And even charity organizations, even NGOs would need money and resources. So for you to be able to be valuable to your leadership team, always look into how will that particular investment impacts the organization, what will be the cost savings, what will be the immediate ROI, and what will be the positive impact. And that's how you win the war in terms of negotiating for budget. If you don't know how to be creative, if you don't know how to look into the data, if you don't know how to present your data, believe me, simula pa lang, igagun down na kayo. Hindi wala nang maniniwala sa inyo. You have to always prepare. Whenever you come into the boardroom, always be prepared that you have your data, you have your, and not only your data, your analysis of the data and your recommendations available.
Wonderful answers, Coach Darwin. Ella, do you have questions for
Yeah,
Coach?
I actually have one. I wonder what might be the risk if a company fails to prioritize ESG practices in the modern workplace.
Napakadami, di ba? Number one, you can be penalized by the government because of not following, not being compliant. More than that, your reputation as an organization, di ba? Pag magkaroon ng risk or nagkaroon ng issues about, let's say, chemical spoilage, nagkaroon ng food poisoning, nagkaroon ng malaking incident sa organization, 'di ba? Kaya nga 'di ba, yung meron tayong kilalang retail, napakalaking retail group na kahit na nasusunog na yung mall nila, hindi nababalita. 'Di ba? Kahit na napakaraming namatay sa mall nila, hindi nababalita kasi talagang pinapangalagaan nila yung reputation nila. 'Di ba? Because it impacts their profitability. So ESG is very important. You have to make sure that whenever you're creating policy and procedures, look into, is this anchored to the ESGs? Is it, and will it be at the best interest of not only the employees but also of the company as a whole?
Thank you, Coach Darwin, for your insight with this one.
Thank you,
Again,
Coach.
yeah, we appreciate your time and thank you so much, Coach. And that was a wonderful talk.
Yes. I hope that may natutunan kayo dun sa discussion kanina.
A
And
lot. Actually, Coach, we have
remind
a
ko
lot
lang
of comments
remind ko
in
lang,
YouTube.
baka nakakalimutan nyo, you're not separate to management. You are part of management. Because if you always separate yourself from management, you won't have value and you won't be able to bring the change that you would need to do in management.
Yes. Actually, someone commented pa nga in YouTube na hashtag very mindful with the heart. Now, yan. Thank you so much, Coach.
Thank you, thank you. Ay, congratulations pala sa aking alma mater kasi we were number 7 this year, di ba? We were
Yes.
number 7 tayo sa ranking ng universities in Asia. So, in the Philippines. So, congratulations sa atin. Pagpatuloy lang. Sana naman makita kong number nasa top 3 na tayo in the next years.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you po, Mr. Darwin
Thank
Rivers.
you.
And again, thank you to everybody and to all our guests. And Grace, I think it's time for us to award the certificates.
Yes, yes. Cool beans. So everyone, please stay tuned. We're not done yet. This time, allow us to award Certificate of Appreciation for our guest speakers. Let me read the citation. This certificate is awarded in appreciation for their contribution as a speaker in an online seminar titled Very Mindful HR, Elevating Environmental, Social, and Governance Practices Towards Sustainable Leadership via Zoom, held on the 10th of November in the year of the Lord 2024. Proudly presented to our guest speakers for today, signed by Dr. John Mark S. Distler.
Thanks, Grace. And awarding the certificate to the following people. All right, so Mr. Jun Roy, Miss Rosario S. Abendan, Mr. Roberto P. Torres, and last but not the least, Mr. Darwin Rivers.
Thank you so much. And those certificates will be sent to our guest speakers directly to their personal emails as well. Thank you so much for being with us today. And of course, as we draw our Very Mindful HR webinar to a close, we want to extend our heartfelt thanks to each of you for your active participation and engagement. Today, we delved into the transformative power of environmental, social, and governance, or ESG practices, and their pivotal role in fostering sustainable leadership within our organizations. Throughout our sessions, we have seen how mindful HR practices can significantly impact not just our immediate work environments, but also the broader societal and environmental landscapes. By prioritizing ESG principles, we are not only enhancing our organizational resilience and reputation, but also contributing to a more sustainable and equitable world.
I agree with you. And one of the key takeaways from today's discussion is the importance of integrating ESG into the core of our HR strategies. This involves a commitment to continuous learning and adaptation, ensuring that our policies and practices are not only compliant with current standards, but also proactive in addressing future challenges. By doing so, we can create a workplace that are not only efficient and productive, but also inclusive and environmentally responsible. We have heard from experts who shared valuable insights on how to implement effective ESG strategies. The examples and case studies presented today have provided with us the roadmap with action. These strategies are not just theoretical concepts, but the practical steps that can be tailored to fit the unique needs of our organizations.
All right. And moreover, the discussion have highlighted the collective wisdom and experience within our community. Your questions and comments, shared experiences have enriched our understanding and underscored the collaboration spirit that is essential for driving meaningful change. It is clear that we all have a role to play in this journey towards sustainability, and working together, we can achieve far more than we could individually. As we move forward, let us commit to being champions of ESG within our respective spheres of influence. This means advocating for policies that support environmental sustainability, social equity, and robust governance. It is also means leading by example, demonstrating through our actions the values and principles we espouse.
Yes, and finally, we encourage you to take the knowledge and insights gained from today's webinar and apply them with your organizations. Share what you have learned with your colleagues and stakeholders and inspire them to join you in this most important endeavor. Remember, the journey towards sustainable leadership is a marathon, not a sprint. It requires persistence, dedication, and a willingness to continuously improve. So thank you once again for your participation and for your commitment to elevating ESG practices within your organizations. Together, we can create a future where mindful HR practices lead to sustainable and impactful leadership. We look forward to seeing the positive changes that will undoubtedly result from our collective efforts. Everyone, thank you so much for staying. And of course, we have wonderful announcement for everyone after the PUP hymn. And happy Sunday.
Hi,
All right,
everyone.
on to the exciting part.
Yes. Are you still there?
Yay,
There's
yay.
still
Yes.
152 watching our stream. So, this is our favorite part, the announcement of the selfie contest winner.
Woo!
Woo!
Drum roll!
Drum roll! And the winner is... For the Very Mindful HR, congratulations!
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Joanne Inok Maliling for first place, winning 500 pesos. Second place, Babeline Martin for 300 pesos. And of course, third place, Arian Dato on for 200 pesos. Please reach out to our chat moderators or to your class presidents to claim your prizes. But before that, of course, we'd like to request all the committee members, admins, we'd like to show you the faces of the people behind the success of this webinar today.
Woo!
If you could just, guys, turn on your camera, please.
Time to shine.
It's your time to shine, guys. We made it!
Thank you. Yes! We did it! Hooray!
Okay, can we move to the next slide to just show them their the names? There. Thank you, JC.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, JC. Just few reminders. Audio please. Few reminders for the certificates. Please don't forget to fill out the attendance form again as we end the webinar. This will be disabled after this session, so please fill it out. And then the certificates for those who are not students of PUP or not from the 4th year level, the certificate will be sent to you a week after this event. Okay, again, let's show the face of everybody. And
Let's see the beautiful faces of the
Doc JMD, do you have final reminders? Doc JMD, do you have any final reminders? Or we're good? I think we're good.
That's it. Thank you.
Goodbye, everybody. And
Thank you.